separate the body from the mind in a mere instant now occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll go on to recite another prayer that has been given to us by Master Thangtong Gyalpo. This one is the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and skillful, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon their hearing, who are compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to me, to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry up this ocean by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by they being able to recognize each other as being their parents, their mothers. May this great nectar rain of loving kindness fall on all transmigrating beings whose hatred is like a blazing fire, so that they may see that we are all each other's mothers throughout many lifetimes. And going on with the prayer, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, changes it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may this multitude of evil spirits never roam in this region, in our region, in our world. May they never roam in this world again. Please call all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, which is cause and result. May they be miraculously reborn in a blissful land and lead others to that pure land. May all beings be led to that blissful land. Please cause all those who are born and die, meaning all sentient beings, to have long lives and not have sickness, to stop all quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to be always good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants of this world, of all worlds. By this ultimate reality, which is pure nature, by the unbetraying cause and effect, which has that ultimate reality, and by the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and the rare sublime ones, may our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Very powerful prayer. And now we will go on to do yet another prayer that has been given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. Think of all of us in this degenerate time with love. And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings, all of us who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, please let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, brains, bedding, vaccines, and so forth. On this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds, may all these attractive enjoyments descend on this world, on all worlds. Please, holy beings, pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing rains from crops, harvests, and so forth increase and ripen like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive quests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life, free from illness. May the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, through all of this, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Another very powerful prayer by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And now we'll conclude with some dedication. I thank you all for being here, and I thank Chenrezig Institute for facilitating this beautiful prayerathon every weekend. So first, dedication prayer to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the precious you of emptiness, may the precious supreme you of emptiness not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. A prayer for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. And a prayer to meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes. In all our lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may we enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May we quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious one. And our birth to cherish sentient beings more than ourselves. May we cherish all sentient beings like our own lives. May we cherish them much more than ourselves. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, on us, and may all my virtue, our virtue, ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve the highest enlightenment. And for the long life of His Holiness Sri Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, the source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's small way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majjhima victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime one, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And to seal the merits of these prayers and dedications with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I thank you so much. Wishing you all the best. So nice to see you. May you have a precious rest of the day. May you sleep well. May you be healthy. So nice to see you, Carol. I say, wishing you a good rest of the day.
As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of our body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, walking, sitting, sleeping, doing our job and so forth, does not become the cause for suffering, and instead becomes the causes of happiness, especially the causes to achieve Buddhahood, is the ultimate happiness, transforming them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings without exception. So here we can hold in mind, in particular, those who are suffering from war, a terrible situation continuing to unfold in Europe, and thinking of all those who's lost their lives in the war in Ukraine, all those who's lost their homes, who's lost their country, parts of their country, who are in fear and anxiety and even in starvation and cold and the terrible situation. So holding all of those in mind, we can visualize above the of each and every one in the Arya Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion, and we'll recite some rounds of Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion, and visualize that, giving them all that they need, all the resources that they need, all the safety that they need, and so forth, and pacify the dangers of the war, according to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. That's in the shade. Gave the oral transmission for 2 years ago. Over 2 years. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Great loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate-eyed looking one, ruffle, victorious-eyed weaver, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers, upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar of loving kindness on the transmigratory demons whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of infectious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war, from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and may be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not to have sickness, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make a rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality. And the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. This composition by Thangtong Gyalpo, the great master tantric adept, when there was uninterrupted fighting in Yinyang district of Thailand, and no one was able to reconcile. And Thangtong Gyalpo came to that area, and by generating bodhicitta, others became bulldogs, grew, deadly fighting ceased, and everyone came to have a mind of loving kindness and receive the perfect arisen speech. May aspire that this situation eventuates in the world, particularly with the war and Ukraine and so forth, in the minds of all those involved in this. The mind of loving kindness, caring concern for the benefit. Turning to our main practice, these prayerathons. Rinpoche gave the instruction until this pandemic declines, so that now we see in the world, yes, many still cases, but the opening up of the world to somehow be able to integrate this as part of our ongoing living situation, so that people's lives can come to, everyone's saying, the new normal, but to be able to deal with such virulent epidemics and still not have vaccines completely transform our lives as it has in the last few years to such an extent, and that people live safely. Taking our motivation for the Vajra speech of Mahasi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the sufferer from disease. All sentient beings, my mother, infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Here we can think of all mother sentient beings, all family and friends, all those who are dear to us, surrounding us, all those we have difficulty with, all those causing harm in the world that we have difficulty with, placing front as our objects of compassion, and all other living sentient beings, or all those arising in human form as much as we can visualize every atom of space. And above them, that emanation of infinite altruistic wisdom, and then all together taking refuge in the all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Queens. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kingdom. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kingdom. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here we can abide our minds in ever understanding of refuge, of protection, of safety, and so forth for ourselves, for each and every one of our fellow sentient beings, our fellow living beings, in particular our fellow human beings suffering in the world today. And especially connecting with our own Buddha potential, our own Buddha nature, our own innate wisdom, compassion, mind, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, wisdom, the truth, body, the Buddha. Infinite light, and the sun rising in the world, light. And visualize above the crown of each and every one an emanation of infinite altruistic compassion, such as the Buddha has such compassion, equal regard for each and every sentient, can't help but help. And so in the nature of white light above the crown of each and every sentient being, and there's nectar and light of compassion streaming down from the heart of this emanation of, be it Chenrezig, be it Shakyamuni Buddha, be it Tara, be it any pure altruistic being. And from their heart streaming down this healing, soothing, cooling all the fires of all diseases, all disturbances in our minds, disturbances in the world because of disturbances in the minds of those crazy ones causing harm. And they'll all be pacified, calmed, soothed, healed. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Oh, manifest, oh, manifest. Oh, manifest, oh, manifest. Manifest, manifest, manifest. Oh, manifest, manifest. Oh, manifest. So the emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above the crown of each and every sentient being, like us, cooling, refreshing as snowflakes, and sort of melting into all the refreshing, soothing, healing energy, ascending through their crowns and spreading out through each and every atom of our beings, ours and all others, coming to sit in our heart chakra, a precious jewel of compassion, connecting us heart to heart as our true heart connection, heart to heart connection of each other, an infinite altruistic compassion, spreading this virus of compassion, karuna, karuna. Which connects us heart to heart, each and every one. Continuing on with this very spacious wisdom and compassion mind, generating more and more immeasurable positive energy through the four immeasurable cords. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So if we could, we would take on all the disturbing emotions of all sentient beings without exception, especially those that are doing harm in the world, and giving it to our self-cherishing thoughts, smashing it to smithereens. Sending out rays of light from our heart. Immeasurable loving kindness, how wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Lord Deity, bless me to be able to do. Transforming our heart into that precious Dharma jewel, being, our whole being, that precious Dharma jewel. That's the mind that guides people with loving kindness. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do what could I would take on all the sufferings of the world. Powerful mind. And immeasurable joyfulness, how wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to be separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from it. And the soul will cause them to never be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. Transform all our past, present, and future merits, virtues, and their results up to and including enlightenment for all sentient beings, and they're transformed, their minds are blissful, peaceful, happy, with great delight in that. And then turning to the actual prayer known as liberating the sufferer from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of raha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings. So they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly,
Oh, yeah.
the
No,
424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of raha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled, or the dedications, all the prayers of all beings, especially in relation to situation of war we're experiencing, especially in relation to the situation in the pandemic around the world, and all those who's lost their lives to this terrible pandemic in the world. And that may that be pacified and minds be pacified and peaceable in the heart of every being. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise and grow. May that born not decline, but increase more and more. And so the long life prayers for our precious Guru, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jite and
So hello and welcome to everyone. Thanks for joining the continuing series of the prayerathons. Many of you know that we've been doing these now on a weekly basis, the Sangha from around the world, leading these sessions every Saturday. And originally it was started as a response to the coronavirus pandemic. We are, continuing on with that. Unfortunately, still a few places in the world are still experiencing the horrible effects of the coronavirus pandemic, particularly in China right now, with the very strict lockdowns there. But also, when we look in the global situation, the horrible war in the Ukraine also causing immense suffering to many beings who have, lost their lives, lost their homes. So I thought in our session today, we could also do some of the prayers that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has recommended to quell the effects of the war as well. So now at the beginning of the session, then please let's adjust our motivation. So yes, we do see these suffering in the world, brought on by war, brought on by disease, brought on by natural disaster, economic problems, and so forth. And when we recall our motivation of compassion, wishing that beings be free from all these sufferings, then we can think of these proximate causes of the suffering. But when we look more deeply, we see that remembering the Four Noble Truths, actually, there's the truth of suffering, but when we think of the truth of the cause of suffering, all of these external factors we see in the external world are just the kind of immediate conditions that bring about the suffering. But the root cause of the suffering is within our minds, particularly the karma and the afflictive emotions, the delusions that then bind us to samsara. And as long as we are in samsara, means this uncontrolled process of rebirth according to our karma and delusions, then as long as we're in samsara, we're bound to experience one type of suffering or another. So now, if we want to be free from suffering, or we want others to be free from suffering, we need really them to be free from the causes of suffering, the karma and delusions. And among those two causes of samsara, the more important one is the delusions, the afflictive emotions, which in turn are rooted in the misapprehension about how ourselves and other phenomena exist. And the only antidote to that has the power to get rid of this, the ignorant mind clinging on to true existence, is the wisdom realizing its opposite, realizing that phenomena do not inherently exist. In other words, the wisdom of emptiness. And so, as we try to help beings be free from samsara, free from suffering, we need to help them cultivate this wisdom of ultimate reality within their own mental continua. And in order to do that in the most effective way, we ourselves must become enlightened, because then and only then will we have the omniscient mind, which is able to see all the individual dispositions of sentient beings, and thus will be able to guide them most skillfully to cultivate this wisdom that is able to cut through the root of samsara. And therefore, we need to achieve enlightenment for their sake, for the benefit of all sentient beings. And since the attainment of enlightenment is not without causes and conditions, we need to accumulate those causes. And therefore, we're going to do this Thangtong Gyalpo prayers and the other prayers that we're going to do here in this session. Okay. So first, we'll do what we normally do, this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer liberating Sakya from disease. So as we start, then we visualize all sentient beings in the space around us, and also in the space in front of us, we visualize our guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. And then we can think that all sentient beings we are leading in the practice. And as we recite these words, recite the mantras and so forth, they're reciting along with us. And then at the beginning, as we take refuge, we should first recall the good qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And then aspiring to attain those qualities within our minds. That's why we need to go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are in infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. So those of you with the initiation, then you can generate yourself as the deity. First by purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness, and then your mind that realizes emptiness arises as the deity. If you don't have the necessary initiation, then you can just visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Either way, and then at Avalokiteshvara's heart, there is a lotus and moon disc, on top of which is the seed syllable Hri, surrounded by the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Then, as we recite the mantra, numerous light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings, purifying them of all of their negative karma, all of their delusions, all of their suffering, and all of the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we are done with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So we will chant together a few rounds, and then we'll go to a more silent recitation so we can accumulate more numbers of mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now take a moment and rest in the awareness that now, due to having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their sicknesses, all of their suffering, all of their negative karma, all of their afflictive emotions, all of the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and have achieved the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. Okay, so now we'll do the actual prayer. So there's other prayers that I want to do in our time today, so we'll just recite through this once. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the three jewels, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, oops. So I thought we could also do two other prayers composed by this great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. So he composed this prayer, a request to pacify the fear of famine. So as many of you know, a lot of the world is also facing food insecurity, in part because, the war has disrupted supply chain, and even the Ukraine had been a major exporter of wheat to the rest of the world. And then, of course, with all the droughts and environmental problems, causing the food shortages, and in order to pacify the fear of famine, let's recite this. Having generated that mind aspiring to highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, and Pratyeka Buddhas, Guru, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with their retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times of love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like dew during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness, through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect. May the teaching of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Okay, and we can also do this one more prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo. This is the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassionate eyed looking one. Wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing. Who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay. And so now let's do this prayer, the Sampa Lundrupma. It's a prayer that has been recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche for the war in Ukraine to stop immediately. So as many of you know, Guru Rinpoche was very instrumental in bringing Buddhism from India to Tibet. And one of his main activities was to subdue the interfering malevolent spirits. So now, viewing Guru Rinpoche as one in nature with our own root guru, we make this heartfelt request. Emaho, in Dewa Chen, blissful pure realm of the West, Amitabha's compassionate blessing was aroused, and he blessed his emanation, Padmasambhava, to come into this world to bring benefit to all beings. Compassionate one, you never cease to bring us help and well-being. To lotus-born Guru of Oregon, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. All the Dharma kings from Trisol and Detsen down to the very end of the royal line, throughout past, present, and future, know your constant blessing. You are the only protection for rulers who follow the Dharma, as in Tibet. Compassionate one, you safeguard the lands that practice Dharma. To lotus-born Guru of Oregon, we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. While your wisdom body subjugates the Rakshasas in the southwest, you look on sentient beings everywhere with compassion. Magnificent guide for sentient beings led astray by ignorance. Skillfully you teach them with their emotions so difficult to tame. Compassionate one, your love is constant in its kindness and care. To lotus-born Guru of Oregon, we pray, grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now, when this degenerate dark age reaches its final depths, at dawn and dusk you come for those that have devotion, riding on the rays of the rising and setting sun, and on the 10th day of the waxing moon you come in person. Compassionate one, you act with vast power to help all beings. To the lotus-born Guru of Oregon, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now in this dark age, the age of conflict, the final error of 500 parts, the 5 poisons of the negative emotions grow ever more violent in all sentient beings. Recklessly, we indulge in destructive emotions and let the poisons dominate our minds. At a time like this, let your compassion be our refuge and protection. Compassionate one, you lead those with devotion to the higher realms. To lotus-born Guru Vugan we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When terrifying armies of oppression encircle us, menacing the great centers of Dharma with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with your retinue of the 8 classes of gods and demons, you will repel aggressors and their armies. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When sickness strikes to destroy the fragile bodies of sentient beings, when diseases plunge us into unbearable suffering and agony, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, embodiment of the Buddha of medicine, you'll remove the obstacles that bring untimely death. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When nature turns against us and earth's resources fail, when sentient beings are tormented by the plague of famine, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with all your dakinis and deities of prosperity, you will dispel all deprivation, all hunger and thirst. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When the destined revealers retrieve hidden treasures for the benefit of beings, courageous and confident of our pure, unbroken Samaya, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, inseparable from our Yidam deity, you will ensure the true heirs receive their father's treasure. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling through hidden lands, forests, and deserted places, when our way is blocked and we are cut off by storms, by rain and snow, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, surrounded by the mighty local deities, you will lead us practitioners to the right path. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When the vicious wild animals menace us, tigers, leopards, bears, and poisonous snakes, on our way through wild, terrifying, and desolate places, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, along with your Ging warriors and protectors, you will drive off these ferocious creatures. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When obstacles arise in earth, water, fire, and air to threaten these illusory bodies of ours with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with the goddesses of the 4 elements, you will harmonize the elements into their natural state. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling on dangerous routes, if murderous bandits and robbers attack us, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, through realization of the 4 mudras, you will dispel the terror of all brutality and greed. To the lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When faced by killers on all sides who threaten us with lethal weapons, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, the protection of your Vajra tent will cause killers to panic and weapons to be scattered. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When this lifespan is exhausted and we come to die, if we are racked by the intense anguish and pain of dying, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, as you are the emanation of Buddha Amitabha, it is certain we will be born in the blissful, pure realm of Dewa-Chen. To lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Once this borrowed and illusory body is destroyed in the Bardo realm, when our deluded experiences and our further delusions arise to make us suffer, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, you who know past, present, and future, through your compassion, you will let all the delusions be self-liberated. Of this we have no doubt. To Lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When we are overwhelmed by karma and circumstance and suffer through grasping at delusion as real, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, King of great bliss, you utterly destroy the delusions that bring suffering. To Lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When beings of all 6 realms are tormented by immense pain, and especially when our leaders and people are engulfed in suffering, with intense longing and devotion from the depths of our hearts, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with your unchanging, unwavering compassion, watch over us. To the Lotus-born Guru Virgin we pray, grant your blessing, so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Okay. So let us wrap up with some of the standard dedication prayers. So first and perhaps most important for the development of bodhicitta in everyone's hearts, particularly all the leaders of the world, and in particular for Vladimir Putin to arise bodhicitta right this second. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunata's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long.
Good morning, Venerable. You can go ahead and start. We were just sharing a recording. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So thank you so much. And hello to Nana. Hi. And hello to anyone who might be joining in on YouTube as we say some prayers today for world peace and the relief of COVID at the advice of our precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And so let's just take a moment and just settle ourselves. So making sure that you are seated in a comfortable position with your back straight. And we need to sort of calm our mind. Our mind should at least be neutral before we start a practice, but ideally it should be positive. And so we want to calm the mind a bit, and then we can set a really clear motivation. So just take a few nice, really deep breaths. And the idea is that our mind is very alert, but that our body is very relaxed. So it should be stable with the back straight, but relaxed so that you're not holding any tension in the body. And so just do a quick scan through your body. To settle into that posture. And as we set our motivation, we want to have a basis of equanimity, that we're doing this practice to benefit all sentient beings without leaving a single one out. In our daily life, we're used to dividing them into friends, enemies, strangers. We have many categories that we use to divide our attention and our caring. And so we're letting go of all of these labels that divide us from others, knowing that all other sentient beings are just like us and want to be happy. And if we look at our capabilities right now, it's extremely limited. And we first have to get ourselves out of samsara if we're going to be able to show others how to get out of samsara too. And so we renounce the samsaric world, have self-compassion, that may I be free of it, and develop this great wish of compassion, that may I not only free myself from samsara, but may I attain the ultimate state of Buddhahood, so that I may free all other sentient beings, leading them to that enlightened state as quickly as possible, to free them from all of their sufferings and lead them to ultimate happiness. And so let's start with the prayer to Guru Rinpoche to clear obstacles on the path, thinking about the war that's been happening in the Ukraine, but as well as the many obstacles that are being faced all over the world. And we'll say this verse to Guru Rinpoche, and then we'll recite a mala of the mantra. And so imagine that Guru Rinpoche is in front of you. He is one with your guru. If you feel like you can build more of your merit field, then include all of your gurus, all of the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. And sincerely in your heart, taking refuge. I go for refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Through this practice of giving and other perfections, may I attain the state of a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. Precious Guru, embodiment of all Buddhas of the three times, great bliss, the Lord of all accomplishments, wrathful power who dispels all hindrances and subdues demons, pray bestow your blessings. Please remove the outer, inner, and secret obstacles and grant your blessings to accomplish wishes spontaneously. When, due to the obstacles of the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, this illusory body, which is rented, is meeting the time to be perished, requesting undoubtedly without two-pointed mind to Padmasambhava and the goddess of the elements, there is no doubt the four elements get naturally pacified. I request Organ, the one arising from the lotus, please bless the wishes to succeed naturally. Om Ahum Guru Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Vajra Guru. Om Ahum. Om Ahum. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. And think that Guru Rinpoche has heard our requests and has granted our wishes that all sentient beings be free of suffering and all natural obstacles have been removed, including purifying the causes of any wars. And then we'll do the Thangtong Gyalpo Blessed Prayer. And hello to Carol and Peter. I missed you in my hellos earlier. It's lovely to see you. So remembering our motivation. And now in front of us, we visualize Thangtong Chenrezig, who is one with our Guru. And again, as much as the merit field as you feel comfortable visualizing. The most important thing is just having that sense that the Buddhas are here, especially Thangtong Chenrezig, perfect wisdom, perfect compassion, only wanting to help, just waiting for us to make this connection, to create this karma and the spiritual energy. And so let's say the motivation and refuge prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so imagine that all sentient beings are surrounding you. And as we make these prayers and requests by reciting the mantra of Chenrezig, the Thousand Chenrezig sends out beams of white light and nectar, which spread out infinitely, entering the crown of every sentient being's head, including ourselves, filling all of our bodies with this blissful light and nectar that purify all the karmic causes, the real root of our suffering, and especially anything related to diseases such as COVID. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani baby. Mani baby. Mani baby. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then let's say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that all sentient beings have now been completely purified, filled with this blissful light nectar. And Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, who is your guru, is so pleased. He comes to the crown of your head, turns and faces the same direction, and wanting to merge with you, dissolves into white light, enters through the crown of your head, merging with you, so that you, Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, and your guru are all union oneness. And just meditate for a minute on this state of emptiness. And from this state of emptiness, we dedicate the merits that we have created by doing this practice to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And then for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. And then Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends that after all of our practices, we seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then let's dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I rejoice in all of our efforts today. Thank you so much for joining in. It's so lovely to have you together doing these prayers. And I see now that we're joined by Venerable Robina.
Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Venerable Nun. Yes, I am ready to go. My next session. Thank you so much. Very kind.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, people. Good morning to everybody. People on YouTube I can't see. People on Zoom I can see. So we continue this amazing job every Saturday. What's happened here? Just a minute, let me sort myself out. What's going on? It's my picture. Why is it like that? Why is it like this? Wait a minute, I've got to sort things out. Okay, here we go. No. Why is that? Why is that? Why does all this? Hang on a minute, I've got to sort things out. I'm sorry, I'll be 2 seconds. What?
Yeah, go to the top and where you see the word view, top right. Go to gallery. Go to gallery.
No, that's what I want. I've got the gallery, no problem. That's not my issue.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's perfect. Thank you, darling. I won't, maybe a second. Just a minute. Thank you, people, everybody. Fantastic. So let's, the Buddhas are all here. The nature of a Buddha's mind is such that it pervades the universe. It can't not. And of course, there's no limitation. They're no longer delusions, so it can't be confined by space or time or matter. Mind pervades the universe. Our mind is not physical, but it's stuck in this body because of delusions. You know, we can't see past our own nose. So we imagine all the Buddhas present anyway. That's what they are. But we visualize, particularly in the Buddhas manifesting as precious thousand-armed, precious Chenrezig, compassionate eyed one, in the four-armed aspect. This is the bodhisattva style of the Buddha, the Sambhogakaya, the enjoyment body, the one that the Arya bodhisattvas can see. You know, we can't. The one behind us, maybe if we were, perhaps we were lucky enough to see Buddha at the time when he was in India, we might have seen him, we might have recognized, we might have, you know, whatever. But this is the Sambhogakaya form. All the Buddhas manifesting in this aspect for the benefit of sentient beings. Forearms, two in the front, holding wish-fulfilling jewel, and one either side, each either side, the right hand about held aloft at his ear, maybe level of his ear, holding a crystal rosary in the right hand, the other way around, crystal rosary, the right hand, and then the left hand is a white lotus. It's four hands altogether. Very peaceful face, very blissful, peaceful, radiant. If you can imagine, we can't imagine, we can only imagine the love and compassion that we know. We can't imagine the love and compassion that a Buddha has, because it's, and what that we're capable of, because our delusions overwhelm us. So the best we can do is think of love and compassion and multiply it about 1 trillion times. For every living being as if they were oneself, no separation, and existing only to benefit every single one, for as long as time exists, unceasingly. We have to try and imagine that, do our best. Embodiment of that energy. And if we have a spiritual teacher, a spiritual mentor, a lama, a guru, a person we're close to, a person we've chosen, whom we've decided is the Buddha for us, in front of us, whom we can see and hear, then we imagine it's their mind, no difference, no distinction, no difference. It's their mind manifesting as Lama Chen, as Chenrezig for our benefit. Makes it very personal. He's sitting in full lotus position on a multicolored lotus, and on that lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk. Can't see them, like two flat cushions representing wisdom and compassion. The whole thing actually is like it's a visual language. Every tiny part in it kind of combined together is the act, it represents this love and compassion. Of course, it's a language we have to learn. It's not one we speak, not one we understand. And on his crown, like they have the Bodhisattva style, 5-pointed crown, looks a bit like a tiara, you know, on the front of his head. And then a hair partially held by a top knot. Everything's radiant, made of light. Should make our mind very happy, very blissful. At his brow is a white Om, the Sanskrit syllable, if we know that, or Tibetan letters, otherwise the Roman. It's the essence of the enlightened body. At his throat a red Ah, the essence of enlightened speech. And at his heart a blue Hung, the essence of enlightened mind. So this is called the symbolic being, or it's our visualization. Kind of think it's not Buddha yet. So we're going to have light go out from the blue Hung at Lama Chenrezig's heart, and it hooks the energy, goes to all the 10 directions, north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, up and down, all the directions of the universe, and hooks the energy of the enlightened, all the Chenrezigs, all the actual Chenrezigs in their abodes, in their pure lands. Light goes out to all the 10 directions, hooking the energy of all these Chenrezigs, the wisdom beings, as they call it. And all the energy of all these Buddhas comes back with that light and absorbs back into our visualization. And it becomes radiant and amazing and embodying the energy of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. Zahung Bam Ho. And they become non-dual. Imagine this. Most of us perhaps haven't got very clear visualization. It's okay. Just feel the presence, imagine the presence. The thoughts are already pretty powerful. Slowly, slowly, as our mind progresses, we can do that. So now we visualize all the suffering sentient beings. Remember that, you know, as far as Buddha is concerned, there are countless sentient beings, countless, whose minds are all run by the law of cause and effect, whose minds run within the law of cause and effect, such that everything they think and do and say just naturally produces their future, and everything we experience now is the fruit of our past. We are our own creators. This is the Buddha's approach. And these minds necessarily, being the product of cause and effect, in the simple linear logical sense that if there's cause and effect, if everything's driven by cause and effect, it cannot by definition be a first cause. We want that very much. We want a first moment. We want a beginning to everything. And that's a misconception driven by ego grasping, by the root delusion. It's not a possibility. It's not viable, not possible. So imagine all these minds, all beginningless, all of us locked into this ignorance of not knowing the causes of happiness and suffering. They say the bodhisattvas have such compassion for us. Forget that we don't understand emptiness, but that we don't realize cause and effect. This is the grossest level of ignorance. And the vast majority of all sentient beings have absolutely no concept that we are experiencing the fruits of our past and that we create our future. I mean, it's an outrageous idea. We all believe it comes from outside, utterly and completely, which is a function of the root delusion, to think that naturally. So imagining all these suffering sentient beings suffering because they're ignorant of cause and effect, suffering because they're ignorant of ego grasp, ignorant of the ultimate way that things exist, therefore suffer. The four kinds of suffering, the three kinds of suffering. They suffer on the gross level of suffering, which right now is the one we're thinking about, the suffering of sickness, the suffering of COVID-19, the suffering of the pandemic, all the millions of humans suffering the different experiences of this, either the experience similar to the cause, which is dying young or dying young, or the environmental result, which is the majority of the world, which is the physical world, how it impacts upon us. So here now, all these other human beings are the environment for us. And by contact with them, we get sick. That's environmental result of past killing. So there's millions of us experiencing this, but also remember all the other sufferings, the grosser sufferings, the suffering of sufferings, the sickness, the troubles, the wars, the violence, the being harmed, abused, all the suffering that sentient beings have at the hands of others, as well as the environmental results, not to mention the lower realms. All of this, the fruit of past harming other sentient beings. Millions and trillions of sentient beings. We see them all, imagine them all, pervading space, but all in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. They're all experiencing their own particular sufferings, all the realms, but in the form of humans, we see them like that. In front of us, right there, we see them in the framework of the enemy, friend, stranger. The objects of our three main delusions, the objects of aversion right in front, our so-called enemies, the ones we don't like, sentient beings we don't like, those who've harmed us, whose ideas we don't like, but especially who've harmed us, right in front of us. Even just a few of them, and then imagine all the others are there. And then to the left, your beloveds, objects of attachment. Those who fulfill our needs, those we therefore adore and have compassion for, they're usually the only ones to the left in front of us. And then the objects of indifference, which is one of the functions of ignorance. And it's 99.999% of all the sentient beings, so-called strangers. We have attachment for those who do what we want, and so we adore them. We have aversion for those who particularly harm us, and so we do not adore them. And we have total indifference towards all the other sentient beings. Like I say, we should be embarrassed how gross this is, how appalling it is, that we see the entire universe through the lenses of our own needs. It's kind of shocking, but we just take it for granted because everybody does it. Just sentient beings, it's samsara. So seeing all these beings, seeing them as equal from this one point of view. They equally want happiness. They equally don't want suffering. This is so clear. So all the strangers above, in front of us, to the right, but also in front of us, as far as the horizon goes, to the left and right and behind, as far as the horizon goes, and above and below, the whole universe full of all these strangers. Friends, enemies, strangers. There's no fourth category of sentient beings. Think of all of them. We want all of them to be free of suffering. We want all of them to be happy. We want all of them to become enlightened. If only we think. So now we take refuge together. Imagine all of us reciting these verses. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. The blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. Just a second. From our hearts, expressing our reliance to the degree that we have it, on the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. For all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, which is exactly how we're visualizing. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya is the mind of the Buddha, the enlightened mind, and we're visualizing that Dharmakaya manifesting as this Sambhogakaya, the enjoyment body. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's a very specific way of the Sakyapas talk. You might not notice that in the Gelugpa teachings, or these different traditions in Tibet, They all come to the same thing, but it's a different way of saying it. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. So Yidam is, I don't know the actual meaning of the word Yidam, I don't know, but it's referring to the Buddhas we develop a connection with, in particular, usually one whom we feel close to, who is the one that suits our nature in this life, that we take as our main practice. Our Yidams, the gurus are the embodiment of the teachers, and then the dakas and dakinis are these, in Tantra, these kind of radiant, blissful male and female practitioners. They talk about dakinis because men wrote these prayers. It's not being rude, it's just how it is. So they talk about the dakinis. They're meant to make men blissful. Well, the dakas are meant to help the women get blissful. So we add them in. So now we say the prayer. Okay. No, we sing the mantra first. Okay. So we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately, automatically, spontaneously, only wanting to help. So sends radiant beams of light, laser beams of white light from the white Om at his brow, entering the brows of every living being, right in front of our beloveds, all those who've got COVID, all those who are suffering terribly, all the enemies, all the friends, and all the strangers, pervading space, beams of light going out, and including into our brow. As we sing the mantra a few times. And imagining also as we say it, the sound goes out and blesses whoever's hearing it and wherever we are. But not only that, remembering the Vajrayana way of describing how we're constructed, we have this gross body, which is this, and then we have the sensory consciousness that comes along with it. But then we have subtle consciousness. And subtle consciousness is our mental states, actually. They're more subtle. And they're all going through these 72,000 subtle channels within our body, inextricably linked to the different wind energies, which makes up it's the subtle physical energies. And this is very much related to our health. So, by saying mantra, which is the wind energy, which is sound, it purifies the wind, and then it purifies also our mind, which is connected to those winds. So you can heal yourself with mantra in this way, blessing your mind and your body, and blessing whoever hears it, as well as imagining this light going out, purifying all these suffering sentient beings as we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to visualize so much wanting this, all sentient beings being blessed. Removing all the suffering of the bodies, in particular this from the white home, purifying all the sickness, the COVID, all the other physical sickness of all the suffering sentient beings, immediately alleviating that pain and suffering of their bodies, but also purifying all the past, the karmic seeds in our minds from countless past lives of harming with our bodies before they ripen as suffering, purifying all of this. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Continue to visualize this white light, purifying all the suffering, taking away the suffering. Imagine it. When you know yourself, if you've got even a little bit of pain, all we're thinking about is being free of it. And then imagine the relief. Remember the relief when it goes away. A miracle. Think like this for sentient beings. Want this for sentient beings. as we say the verses, from our hearts, making these aspirations. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas. I mean, all these beings we've never heard of course. There's so many of these, according to the Tibetan medical system. So many millions of different kinds of sentient beings, disembodied ones mostly, that due to negative karma with us, harm us in some way or other, you know. May not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. In other words, in the very same way that the sickness is a result of past actions, so too, these prayers, these aspirations, these minds, all of us joining in with these strong thoughts, you know, may they bring results. Exactly as we've stated. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Sorry, wrong one. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions. Again, remember this one. It's very hard for us to remember this with karma. Always the first cause of anything, any millisecond in the mind and lives of any sentient being since the beginning of this time, the first cause is the past action. And the second cause, which is really, and the two subsumed to this one, is the delusion or the virtue in the mind that propel the action. So in other words, karma and delusions. The delusion in the mind is what drives the action to do something. That's the first cause, and that sows a seed in the mind, and then it ripens when it meets the appropriate temporary conditions. The conditions, they're the things that cause it to be triggered. It's a bit like the water and the sun, the water and the warmth of the conditions that trigger the ripening of the seed in the ground. The seed is the main thing. So the seed here is always the past action, and the cause of even why we did the action is either the virtue, which causes us to do a positive action, or the non-virtue, which causes us to do a negative action. So always the first cause, everything. If you get sick, if someone's kind to you, someone smiles at you, you see a rainbow, anything that you see in the environment, anything that you experience at the hands of others, anything that arises in your mind, first cause, your past actions. This is the logic of this natural law. So again, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, we sing the mantra. Again, the white light coming from the brow of Lama Chenrezig at the white Om, entering into the brow of every single living being, particularly those with all the pandemic sufferings, everybody else, our own selves, imagining, wanting and imagining, eliminating utterly all the pain and suffering of the bodies right now. And not only that, but purifying the past karmic seeds that haven't yet ripened as suffering. We must purify these before they ripen. Wanting this, imagining this. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now we imagine light coming from Lama Chenrezig's throat, the red R. Powerful laser beams of red light entering our throats. Imagine this. And this time purifying our speech. Of course, it's all the karma created by humans, you know. Animals don't do much problem with their speech. It's us clever humans. So all the karmic results of negative speech, not being believed, thinking, you know, being abused by others verbally, being surrounded by abuse. All these are the result of some different actions, you know. People not valuing our words. This is very painful. From past rabbiting on about nothing, you know, all these results. And also the environmental results. All karmas have some kind of environmental result. All the suffering of this being completely purified and all the karmic seeds from all the countless actions as humans in the minds of all these beings before they ripen, purifying all of this. Strongly wanting this for sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So continue to visualize the white light coming from the brow, Lama Chenrezig at the almond brow, entering all the beings, taking away all their suffering and pain, purifying all the sickness all over the planet, particularly the pandemic, but everything. And purifying all the past actions that haven't yet ripened, all the seeds in the mind, tendencies. As we say the verses. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 360, and the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, of the law of cause and effect, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig sending blue light from the blue hung in his heart, entering every living being in the enemies, friends, and strangers, pervading space. This time removing, purifying, annihilating, eliminating, eradicating the delusions in the mind that are the source of the problems. They're the cause of why we keep harming. They're the cause of why we, and therefore why we suffer in the future. This endless cycle. Not realizing every millisecond of our suffering is a fruit of our past actions. And indeed not realizing every millisecond of our happiness is a fruit of our past actions. Always thinking the causes are outside. Totally mistaken. So imagining now the delusions were the source of all the problem, the misconceptions, the root delusion, the ego grasping, that believes in the intrinsic me, that has this kind of rooted in fear, rooted in anxiety and panic and fear, and then giving rise to this massive attachment to get what the I wants, which gives rise to aversion and anger when it doesn't get what it wants, and all the other rubbish as a result, all the, the anxiety, the arrogance, the low self-esteem that come as a result of all this stuff that's not at the core of our being, that the Buddha has found from his own experience, we can remove. This is exactly what nirvana means, your cessation of suffering and its causes. So imagine this blue light filling every suffering sentient being, totally purifying all of this. Amazing, wanting this for everybody. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And as we say it silently, imagine all the beings who hear us wherever we are around the world, and our own minds are purified. They're all purified, blessed, and our own minds, our own speech, purifying our own mind and our own body, as we say the mantra. Visualizing all these sentient beings being freed from suffering of all the delusions. The blue light filling all of us. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, we visualize Lama Chenrezig sending the white light, purifying the body, all the sickness, the result of the pandemic, all those millions of beings harmed, being sick, being harmed, and all the other suffering of the bodies, all the sentient beings, the result of our past harming, particularly past killing. As one Lama was asked, if you're going to give one piece of advice to sentient beings, one, he said, don't kill. Because it's the heaviest negative action. At least don't kill. If we don't want suffering in the future, forget lower realms. If you don't want to be harmed, abused, sick, then don't kill. Don't want to be sick, don't kill. Don't want to die young, don't kill. Don't want suffering environments, don't kill. So imagine the white light filling all the sentient beings, purifying their killing karma, the harming of sentient beings, and purifying the sickness, as we say the verses. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig sends all the three lights together. So we imagine now we've achieved liberation, having purified body, speech, and mind, remove the delusions. And now we visualize we actually become Chenrezig. So we think all the three lights together purify even the subtlest imprints, which is what happens when we combine our practice with our wisdom with bodhicitta. So the white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the horn, purifying even these subtlest imprints. So we imagine everybody becomes complete. We achieve omniscience. We achieve Buddhahood, every sentient being, pervading space. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now we imagine all these, the Lama Chenrezig comes to the crown of our heads and it dissolves into every one of us, all the trillions of sentient beings, all now becoming Chenrezig. Chenrezig comes to our crowns and dissolves into every one of us. So our body, our speech, and our mind, and the Lama's body, speech, and mind, and Chenrezig's body, speech, mind, they become one. Imagine. And now you imagine all these transformed beings from all directions absorb into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our Chenrezig nature. So now we just finish with the 4 immeasurable thoughts. Whatever the rest of our day is, whether it's the evening or the day or the morning, make the most. These marvelous aspirations of the Bodhisattva, the brave attitude of the Bodhisattva. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could abide in equanimity, free of attachment, ignorance, and hatred. May they abide so. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it will be if all sentient beings could be free of suffering and its causes. May they be free. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could have happiness of enlightenment and its causes. May they have them. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never parted from higher rebirths and liberation's excellent bliss. May they never be parted. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. And we dedicate this hour, or as long as we've been together, all these seeds we planted, they don't go astray. So may we nourish them every second. When they do ripen as our Buddhahood, why have we done this? So we can be of benefit to sentient beings. It's the only reason. Be very happy with what we've done. And may all the holy beings live long. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our own teachers, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Ussel, may they all live long, long lives. The world needs them badly. That's it, dearest people. Good morning, dearest Venerable Carol from San Francisco. Welcome.
Good morning, Venerable Rubina. So
Leave it-
lovely to see you.
Yes. Goodbye, my dear, and goodbye, everybody. Much
Bye
love.
Good morning, everyone. All the familiars. Hello. I'm Carol Jampachutso, and I'm joining you from the San Francisco Bay Area, Chenrezig Center. And I just want to thank everyone who's attending, all the monks and nuns who lead these sessions, Patty and everyone at Chenrezig Institute who makes this happen each week. It's amazing that this is still going on, and I rejoice in all the effort, all the time, and all the just the heart motivation of everyone who joins in. So thank you so much. So with that, thinking about motivation, we can get started with a little bit of meditation to set our motivation for this session. Just think about what Venerable Rubina was talking so much about bodhicitta. This is the motivation of enlightenment. It's the mind of enlightenment. And at this point, it's an effortful, at least for me, it's an effortful motivation. But we can begin to generate this, to create the causes for this to arise spontaneously by bringing it to mind, keeping it in our hearts. But first, let's just settle the body, clear the mind. So if you're on a cushion or a chair, it doesn't matter. Just feel yourself very stable and planted. And then just check your back. Make sure your spine is straight, but not stiff. And just breathe at a comfortable pace, neither too deeply or too lightly. And just breathing, let the attention rest on the breath. Just watching, breathing in and breathing out. Just letting the mind rest there. And you can do a quick body scan just to relax the body further and help focus the mind. So starting at the crown of your head and relaxing your eyes, your jaw, relax your neck and your shoulders. And to relax this main area of our bodies, the diaphragm area. Just take a slow breath in, holding it for a second or two, and then very slowly exhaling. Taking another deeper breath, holding it for a second or two, and then slowly exhaling. And taking a third breath, holding for a second or two, and then exhale. Just imagine as you exhale, letting go of all the concerns on your mind, your thoughts at present. Just put them aside, whatever they are for today. Just allow yourself to be in the moment, just watching the breath. Likewise with your body, feel the tension leaving. And just resting as the mind watches the breath. And then just continuing with this body scan, feel your hips kind of planted on your cushion of your chair. It's very stable. And then relax your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles and your toes. Let's feel the body relaxed and the mind alert. Just watching the breath. And then to set our motivation, we can turn our thoughts as to why we're here, thinking about and just making the effort in today's busy times. It's unusual to take this time to devote to this meditation, this thought, this prayer, this wish to benefit others. And just remembering that we are all so interdependent. And just as I wish to be free of my suffering and have happiness, so does every sentient being. I'm just thinking to relieve my suffering, remembering this path the Buddha laid out, that this is the way to end all suffering. But if I do this just for myself, I leave my friends, my family, and every other being behind. And the best way I can be of benefit to them is to attain this enlightenment with this mind to benefit. So just generating that thought, really developing confidence, a conviction that this bodhicitta, this mind of enlightenment, is the key, that we really can be of benefit, just knowing that in your heart. And developing the strong wish to realize that goal of enlightenment. Just to benefit every single being. And then just remembering our refuge with this bodhicitta thought in mind, this heart of really wishing to attain enlightenment to benefit others, thinking, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we can visualize when we're setting a motivation here, when we're taking refuge, that just as this prayer says, that all sentient beings are with us. And taking refuge, generating this thought of enlightenment. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we can go back to our meditation now, just imagining being this lovely green meadow or field, however you want to picture it, with your friends and family to either side of you, and then extending out in a circle, all sentient beings, all the beings we've thought about here in our prayer, with everyone seated comfortably, harmoniously, all beings in human form. We can just imagine them feeling very harmonious, peaceful. And in the center of this very large circle is the Buddha Chenrezig, this Buddha of compassion, white in color with 1,000 arms, just looking out at each being with this heart of complete compassion, really wanting us to be free of suffering. Just imagine or visualize as we recite this mantra, Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body. These rays come to the crown of your head, to the crown of each and every sentient being, and just start filling us up with this energy of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani So just imagine as you recite the mantra of Chenrezig, we're really, that you're kind of reaffirming your refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Just remembering it, strengthening it. Basically letting go of all worldly refuges. We still have them, but we can examine them. We can remember. It helps to really check where our refuge is, where we're placing our refuge, what really matters in our hearts. And then we can use this practice to purify all of our negativities, just generating a kind of a regret for all the negative actions we've done, negative words we've said, negative thoughts we've had, just harmful. You can think of them as, maybe harmful is a better word than negative. Negative is a bit more general, because sometimes maybe thought or word doesn't seem harmful, but it can still be negative, not encouraging, it's not helpful. So just generating a regret for these thoughts, these words, these actions. Just thinking as though I'd swallowed poison. I want to take the antidote. I want to purify and get rid of this. And you can think of this mantra recitation of this very powerful Chenrezig mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, as our antidote. So really purifying, transforming our minds, really bringing our minds to this, or enabling us to transform our minds to this mind of compassion. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You can just visualize your body completely filling up with this compassionate energy of Chenrezig. These white rays of light entering your crown, just helping to transform your mind, just taking hold of that energy, that potential, And then making a commitment to maintaining this mind of compassion, to refrain from all the negative actions, negative words, negative thoughts, anything harmful. It's really making a determination to do our best not to repeat these negative actions and not to speak harmful words, and to keep our minds in these thoughts of compassion with this motivation, this wish to be of benefit. So turning our minds away from harm as well. Oh, Om Mani Om Mani Om So now you can visualize Chenrezig looking out at all these countless sentient beings, manifesting countless bodies coming to the crown of your head, going to the crown of each being, as dissolving into light and just completely filling you up with this energy of compassion. Oh, Mani Padme. And just feel your mind transformed away from suffering and grounded in compassion. So your own suffering is completely eliminated, and you have this bodhicitta heart that wants only to help alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. So with this bodhicitta thought, let's recite this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just taking this prayer to our heart, just into your heart, thinking, may this be actualized. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just thinking on this last repetition, just of all the suffering in the world right now. Just again, bringing to mind this compassion of Chenrezig, this bodhicitta mind, bodhicitta heart. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I'm just thinking to dedicate this time spent doing this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer, but moreover doing this with this motivation of bodhicitta, so powerful. We want to dedicate in the same way. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. We have a little time, so let's do a few more of these prayers, just remembering this precious teaching. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Let's recite this prayer that His Holiness often recites from Shantideva. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And then sealing the merits with emptiness, just remembering dependent arising, remembering that these appearances are deceptive, these appearances of inherent existence, that everything is completely empty. So due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, whom completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality well, just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit of happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sadhgur's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much, everyone. Carol, Ginny, Patty, hi, and Mary, Gail, everyone out there, thank you. Oh, Venerable Tendra. I love your
Sorry,
background.
I haven't gotten back to you. I was on the road driving.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I was admiring the background. That's great.
Oh,
Beautiful
yeah.
stupa.
I'm visiting someone else, so I thought this would be
Yeah. It's perfect. Well, have a wonderful session. Thank you so much and take care. And we'll
You
catch
too.
up. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, so here we are. So let's take a moment to settle our minds again. Thanks to all those who support this effort to fulfill Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes and advice for how to benefit all those suffering from this pandemic all this time. I was reading in the paper yesterday that the increasing cases in Raleigh had increased 1,200%. So here we go again. But fortunately, not as many people in the hospital. So this is good. But it's a problem still worldwide. Think about all those suffering in Shanghai from the government's response. This is quite difficult. So imagine yourself surrounded by all sentient beings in the form of humans, all the insects, fish, everything that has a mind is seated around you. And imagine you're leading them in these prayers. So try to get in touch with that soft spot in your heart that has compassion for the suffering of yourself, the suffering of your loved ones and friends, Dharma community, all the people of your life. Really allow yourself to generate that sense of, yes, samsara is full of suffering, and really wishing to be able to free ourselves and others from suffering. And then that highest goal of wishing to become enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings. Now imagine that in the space in front arises a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandalas. On these sits the essence of our own root guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his body is the purest gold. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. He's looking upon us with eyes of compassionate wisdom, not discriminating between us, but caring for us equally. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, dakas, dakinis, host of dharma protectors and guardians. And in front is a golden throne holding the dharma in the form of text, having the nature of light. So try to generate that confidence that these holy beings are here in the space in front, and that we can rely upon them completely. They are perfect guides for us to reach enlightenment so that we can truly be of benefit to all sentient beings. And since we don't know how to help without error, we turn to them for refuge. So we'll recite the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakti from disease, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche advises. So imagine that you're leading all these sentient beings in refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, who comes to the crown of our heads. So every sentient being is a Shakyamuni Buddha above the crown of their heads. Sends purifying white light through the crowns, eliminating all our negativities, all the causes for suffering, and filling us with golden light, all the perfect qualities of enlightened beings. It dissolves into light, enters through the crown of our heads, where he resides at our heart. Now in the space in front arises thousand-armed Chenrezig. Chenrezig is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom, youthful, peaceful, again, looking upon us with a loving kindness and compassion without discrimination. So really strongly bring to mind all the suffering sentient beings, particularly those suffering from this pandemic in whatever way they're suffering because of the pandemic. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize rays of light coming from the heart of Chenrezig, reaching every suffering sentient being, bringing them whatever is needed for all their temporary and ultimate happiness. So we'll recite the mantra for a few minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we'll recite the prayer. Now, again, refresh that sense of being surrounded by sentient beings, particularly those you're personally concerned for, and really try to generate that strong sense of compassion, that real wish to be able to alleviate everyone's suffering. We know what suffering is like, so it's not difficult to know how others are feeling and how everybody wishes to be free of suffering, just like we do. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll recite this 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now, because we've been reminded of all the harm that is done by the danger of weapons. We're going to recite the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. So again, bring to mind Chenrezig, by imagining that rays of light come from Chenrezig's heart, reaching all suffering sentient beings, whatever the cause, alleviating their suffering. So strongly feel in your heart this wish to be able to free beings of suffering. While we recite the mantra for a couple of minutes again. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Great loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye, looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness of the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of a Sura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may all our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So now imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light, absorbs into each of us, all suffering sentient beings, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. Now take a moment to rejoice in all your efforts to engage in the activities of enlightened beings by the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche in order to reduce the harm of the pandemic, to end these wars, and all negativities. Rejoice in all the merits of all holy beings and all ordinary beings, the past, present, and future. Dedicate all these merits to the great enlightenment so there are no suffering sentient beings at all in samsara. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equally in the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Now remembering emptiness, that nothing exists inherently. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by ourselves alone. And for the long, healthy, happy life of our teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long, healthy, happy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sadhgur's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay. Hey, thanks, Patty, for all your help and everything that you do. So, hello, Venerable Amy. How are you today?
Venerable Tendrin, good. It's so good to see you. I had such a nice time in person with you.
Yeah, that was just lovely. And
it was a
now
treat.
I'm in North Carolina for a little while, but I'll be returning to Florida soon. So.
Oh, good. Oh, good. We'll have a good visit.
Thank you very much. Have a great session.
Thank you so much. Great to see you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to your practice. Welcome, Patty and Ross. Ginny, thank you so much for hosting. Welcome, Mary. And I'm just going to put this little link up here for those in the Zoom room. This is the donation site for these prayers and practices. So just to help them out, people have been helping so much. My dear friend Pasandeki joining us from New York, I think. Thank you so much. So please take a moment to set your motivation for these practices. This is a blessing from Lama Zopa Rinpoche has asked us to do these practices to help the COVID pandemic all over the planet. So really for all those who are suffering from this disease, all those who have passed away, all the families of people, supporting people. Thank you, Ross, for putting the practices up on Facebook Live so people can follow along. So appreciate that. And for all of us, and for the war in Ukraine, and for all the balancing of our mind and for good health for us, mental and physical, all of these, we're going to do these practices. Take a moment, just set your motivation. And to truly help us get enlightened quickly so we can benefit all living beings, we're going to do these practices. So for those in the Zoom room, I'm going to share the screen. For those of you on Facebook Live, Ross may post again, but you can, if you just jumped on, he's posted the practices and you can join us like that. Soon we're going to be in person in the land of Medicine Buddha, Gompa. We're going to start with the Vajra armor practice. So please visualize, those of you that can see for the screen, this blue-black Vajrapani. It's an emanation of the Buddha of divine power, but in this form is this Vajra armor practice. It's very, very powerful for illness. He's seated on a multi-headed donkey, surrounded by a transcendental wisdom fire. He's in the space in front of you, a few feet in front of you. He's about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. And as we do his mantra, imagine out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, whether it's different colored light rays that represent purification to you, whether it's environmental toxins, anything that chases out COVID from the planet. And it also comes over, so imagine it disseminating through the whole planet. Imagine it also coming across to you, entering your forehead, throat, heart, completely purifying you of any tendency to get COVID, any long COVID symptoms you have, right? Completely balancing your body and mind as we recite this mantra, the Vajra armor mantra. Om benza pe, om pama shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pama shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nempar shik naga nentayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayaka. Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayaka. Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayaka. Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe Om Pema Shavari Pe Nembarshik Nagan Entayata Sarvavedita Hana Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. So as we've just blessed our speech with an incredibly powerful mantra, feel free to put your hand over your mouth as you continue to breathe. Imagine that the exhalation is going up your nose again. Okay, so it's continuing that purification. Feel that purification as best as you can. If you have a drink, feel free to blow on the surface a few times, taking a few sips, again, continuing to feel that purification. And imagine the blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front melts into emptiness. From that wisdom arises Black Manjushri. This is an emanation, this particular manifestation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, but in this form, black, standing. He holds a sword in his right hand. And in this case, the sword cuts illness. This is a purifying practice to purify illness. So again, for COVID on the planet, but imagine him about 6 inches in height, this Black Manjushri. He's just over top your head, facing the same direction as you, standing again. And in this form, he purifies disease. So imagine again, out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, whether it's different colored light rays or different things that represent purification to you, disseminating through the entire planet, and also descending through your crown, so purifying you of any imbalances, body and mind. Thank you again, Ross, for posting on Facebook Live. So those of you that just joined can click on the link and follow along with our practices. We are in the first practice, Vajra Armor practice. So while we recite his mantra, imagine this visualization of you and the planet being purified, especially of COVID. Om taso jusurtur taso miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om taso jusurtur taso miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om taso jusurtur taso miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam drambe pe soha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningola jo kalaja kamsham drambe pesoha. Just feel the purification and imagine over top your crown the black manjushri slowly dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. Feel that purification from his holy body, holy speech, holy mind. Welcome, Gabriella, Cristiano. Our next practice. Welcome, Larson. This is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. From Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. We'll recite this motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we're going to be reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, the Buddha, the mantra of the Buddha of infinite compassion. We're going to be reciting this many times. For those of you that have the text, gazing at the image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Just feeling all of this compassion pouring through your being, your body and mind. Welcome, Janak and Nidhi. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, Om 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 mani padme hum. Padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Money penny, 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 money penny. Money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny home. Money penny, 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 money penny. Money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny. Money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny. Money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny. Money penny, 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 money penny. Money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny. Money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny. Money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny. Oh, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny, money penny. Oh, money penny, 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 money penny. Oh, money penny, money penny, money penny. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Excuse me. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of it, karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'm going to do this prayer 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be thoroughly pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Our next prayer. So this prayer I'd really like to dedicate to all those in Ukraine, all those in our violent places, in our cities and in our countries. May they be pacified immediately. For all those suffering under domestic abuse, may all of this be pacified by the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And our last prayer before the dedication. This is for all the starving people around the planet. May this help to ease their starvation, their hunger, a request to pacify the fear of famine. And may they have enough food and drink always, everyone around the planet, everyone in all world systems, by the nature of this prayer. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, gurus, yidams, dakinis, and dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings at the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. Excuse me. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Our dedication prayer. So I would like to dedicate for all of those suffering with grave illnesses, body and mind. May they be eased of that suffering immediately. For all the beings with COVID around the planet, may that pandemic be eliminated instantly, and all other pandemics, all other wars, like that. And for us to certainly get enlightened quickly so we can benefit all living beings, especially for Ross, Joanne, and Jody, Kathleen, Vicky, Trish, Norma, Debbie. So all of these people with very serious illnesses, really like to dedicate to all of them right now. Our dedication prayers. So really taking all this positive energy we've created from these prayers, investing it in this way. May this precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And this very special dedication with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Any understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero, Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And lastly, for the long lives of our precious gurus, and one last dedication prayer, I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the long life of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you everyone for joining.
Okay, I'm here. Do you see me? Okay, yes, you see me.
Hello,
Thank
I do
you so
see
much.
you.
Hello.
Venerable,
Yes.
lovely to see you. And thank
Yeah.
you everyone for joining. And I just have to check because I think I've got another thing next week and I'm not sure I'm going to be able. Wait, I'm just going to have a quick look to let my friends know.
Yeah, you have to say something.
On the 7th, I won't be here on the 7th next week.
Okay.
So I just wanted to let you guys, I have a teaching for France. So if you want to join the teaching, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Enjoy, lovely to see you.
Yeah, also to see you, really. Yeah. Va bene, cominciamo la sessione in italiano. Stavolta facciamo un esperimento azzardato, un esperimento spericolato. La cominciamo la sessione invece che parlare dei fatti nostri, poi piano piano introdurre la meditazione, poi piano piano introdurre i contenuti un po' più concettuali. Facciamo quello che fanno i tibetani da secoli, secoli e secoli, e anche nelle altre scuole buddiste fanno questo. Per prima cosa si prende rifugio. Allora, questo presuppone che tutti noi abbiamo già una certa consapevolezza di cosa significa prendere rifugio. E ora quindi io, se mi metto a parlarne, non faccio quello che dovevamo fare, cioè per prima cosa prendere rifugio. Quello che farei, se vi spiego cos'è il rifugio, è parlare dei fatti nostri, come al solito, come faccio sempre io, che comincio parlando delle cose della nostra vita. Allora, invece adesso fidiamoci. Ecco, questo lo voglio dire. Fidiamoci del fatto che in 2600 anni in cui tutti i discendenti di lignaggio del Buddha, per prima cosa alla mattina, per prima cosa nell'iniziare le pratiche, per prima cosa prendono rifugio, forse hanno un motivo per fare così, hanno avuto un motivo. Questa cosa ha resistito nonostante tutti i cambiamenti di tantissimi tipi. Per prima cosa prendiamo rifugio. Mi devo astenere dal dire cioè, ok? Prendiamo rifugio, rifugiamoci in ciò che ci dà protezione e sostegno. Ora vi prendo il testo per la condivisione. Eccolo qua. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio. Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel suo insegnamento e nella comunità che applica il suo insegnamento. Ripetiamolo altre 2 volte. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio. Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel suo insegnamento e nella comunità che applica il suo insegnamento. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Ok, il resto della sadhana lo leggiamo come al solito nella seconda metà della sessione, compresa la specificazione degli oggetti di rifugio, la facciamo dopo. Adesso io ve la tolgo, questo testo ve lo tolgo, e vi voglio raccontare una cosa sul rifugio. Geshe Champa Gyatso, che come qualcuno qui presente sa bene, era un grande Mahasiddha, era un grande realizzato, una persona le cui qualità sono indescrivibili. Però era anche una persona molto legata ai fatti concreti della vita e per via di come ho imparato da lui, che io cerco sempre di fare le sessioni, queste sessioni di meditazione partendo dalle nostre storie, dai nostri bisogni reali, anche di livello molto ordinario, eccetera. Era molto legato alle cose, Geshe Champa Gyatso era molto legato alle cose della sua vita, come per esempio l'amicizia, come per esempio la sua famiglia di origine. Ecco, allora ci ha raccontato un giorno Geshe-la questa cosa, che loro erano appunto fuggiti dal Tibet in tantissimi e si erano sparsi un po' per l'India in vari campi profughi tibetani, in vari campi di monaci profughi tibetani, e Geshe-la era Baksa insieme a molti altri monaci. Erano disperati per le condizioni del campo profughi, però erano in molti. Geshe-la ha saputo che un suo amico, un monaco suo amico, invece era stato praticamente confinato in un villaggio indiano e non parlava ovviamente la lingua indiana, hindi, quella che fosse, e allora Geshe-la aveva pensato: lo vado a trovare. Non so quanto fosse lungo quel viaggio, comunque Geshe-la, non so nemmeno se fosse solo o no nell'andare a trovare questo amico monaco, forse l'ha detto ma non me lo ricordo. Comunque arriva alla fine in questo posto sperdutissimo in cui non c'era nessun altro tibetano tranne il loro amico monaco, e in cui non era questo monaco non era nemmeno visto con molta simpatia, cioè anche un po' per la povertà del posto, per cui lui era una bocca in più, insomma la situazione non era eccellente, va. Allora Geshe-la aveva chiesto a questo amico: ma non ti senti solo? Era proprio sconcertato Geshe-la di vedere questa situazione in cui viveva il suo amico, rifugiato, aveva perso i suoi compagni monaci, aveva perso la sua famiglia, aveva perso tutti. E Geshe-la allora gli ha chiesto: ma non ti senti solo? E questo monaco gli ha risposto: ma perché solo? Io ho il rifugio. E Geshe-la ci ha detto: mi sono vergognato come un ladro. E a me questa cosa è rimasta impressissima, cioè avere il rifugio significa che non hai bisogno di niente. Se di fronte a tutti i problemi, se di fronte a tutte le insorgenze dei nostri difetti mentali, per esempio la rabbia, per esempio l'attaccamento, per esempio l'invidia, aiuto. Se rispetto a tutto questo, questa, come si può dire, esplosione di impulsi incontrollati molto negativi che abbiamo, noi applicassimo semplicemente il rifugio. Il rifugio è protezione e sostegno. Protezione dai demoni dei nostri difetti mentali, innanzitutto. Protezione dalla paura dell'esterno, per seconda cosa. Protezione dagli effettivi problemi esterni, per terza cosa. Addirittura Buddha Sakyamuni ha detto una cosa, anche questa molto spericolata. Il rifugio è una cosa spericolata in realtà. Buddha Sakyamuni ha detto ai suoi monaci: poiché siete i miei monaci, io vi prometto che non vi mancherà mai da mangiare, un tetto sulla testa e l'aiuto nei problemi. Wow! E di niente. Hai detto niente. Quindi, in rapporto a tutti i problemi che abbiamo, prendere rifugio basterebbe, solo che appunto siamo così intrigati dall'ego, dalla nostra, come si può dire, testarda volontà di prevalere rispetto a tutte le difficoltà, prevalere rispetto alle difficoltà che si presentano, rispetto alle persone, rispetto alle disgrazie, rispetto... Urca. Abbiamo sempre questo impulso dominante, per cui per noi prendere rifugio è quasi una seccatura. Per noi buddisti, dico. Cioè, prendo rifugio in Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, vabbè, poi facciamo dell'altro. No, no, una volta che hai preso rifugio in Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, hai già fatto tutto. Poi lo spiegheremo meglio nelle articolazioni del rifugio che ci sono nella sadhana, e comunque già le conoscete, ma la cosa veramente importante è che diamo il giusto valore a ciò che è essenziale. Prendere rifugio è l'essenziale. Va bene. Ora parliamo di un'articolazione un po' inusuale del rifugio, che è quella che vi ho già letto la volta scorsa. È troppo bella, ve la rileggo. Aspetta, condividi schermo. Ecco qua. Il Buddha elogiava molto l'amicizia. C'è un dialogo curioso nei sutra, in cui Ananda, il compagno del Buddha, l'assistente sarebbe, però Ananda era anche un importantissimo discepolo, per cui dire l'assistente sembrerebbe di sminuirlo. Io ho tradotto il compagno, ok? Dice al Buddha: penso che una buona compagnia sia metà del percorso spirituale. E il Buddha disse: non dirlo, Ananda, non dire così, Ananda. La buona compagnia è l'intero cammino spirituale. La compagnia di menti che sono di supporto. Ora, questo è il commento di Getsuma Tenzin Palmo. La compagnia di menti che sono di supporto, utili e comprensive è molto importante. Mentre percorriamo questa nuova direzione spirituale nelle nostre vite, queste persone arrivano da noi, sono predisposte ad incontrarci, a venire verso di noi come magneti. Allora, anche l'altra volta ve l'avevo detto, stavolta mi ripeto perché questa cosa è eccezionale, cioè dovrebbe darci una gioia incredibile. Ci dà, a me dà adesso una gioia incredibile. Per esempio, io finora ero molto disturbata mentalmente perché i miei amici spirituali si sono comportati un po' come bambini, nemmeno poi tutti, ma insomma un buon terzo di loro si è comportato in modo così che non mi è piaciuto. Allora tanto rodermi, no? C'avevo tanto così, no? Eppure sono una buona compagnia e la buona compagnia è l'intero cammino spirituale. Poi soprattutto la buona compagnia è quella del guru, del maestro, dei maestri, delle organizzazioni, dei membri delle organizzazioni che ci servono il Dharma, ci offrono il Dharma. Comunque, abbiamo tutta questa fortuna, anche se poi appunto a volte bisticciamo con persone, perché con chiunque noi siamo più vicini finisce che bisticciamo, prima o poi. Perché? Perché il bisticcio è, diciamo così, il modo in cui siamo abituati, il modo oscurato in cui siamo abituati a reagire quando non abbiamo il paradiso davanti al naso. Le cose non vanno bene, no? E invece avere questa compagnia, questa buona compagnia, è l'intero cammino spirituale. Cosa c'è di bello nell'intero cammino spirituale? C'è che ci porta alla liberazione di tutte le sofferenze. E questo è matematico, non ci piove, non c'è niente da fare. Noi possiamo anche cercare di evitare di percorrere, come dice Gesuma Tenzin Palmo, questa nuova direzione spirituale delle nostre vite, ma non avremo successo nell'evitarla questa direzione, ok? Perché abbiamo i compagni spirituali, abbiamo le buone amicizie spirituali che sono tutto nel sentiero, ok? Allora, adesso che siamo molto felici, possiamo cominciare la meditazione. Anche a proposito di questa meditazione, lo dico ora così poi non disturbo stavolta, perché a volte voglio disturbare le fasi di meditazione dando dei consigli, adesso invece lo do prima sto consiglio. Faremo prima un po' di pochissima meditazione sul respiro e poi meditazione di prendere e dare. Anche in questa meditazione di prendere e dare dovremmo ricordare che siamo noi, la buona compagnia spirituale, che dà luce, dà purificazione, dà qualità a tutti gli esseri rispetto ai quali facciamo questa meditazione del dare. La meditazione del prendere magari ci può sembrare un pochino meno gioiosa perché c'è di mezzo le negatività altrui, le negatività nostre, ma è gioiosa anche quella, ma per noi adesso è difficile generare l'emozione della gioia quando pensiamo a tutte queste porcherie che inaliamo, no? Che escono dal respiro altrui e noi le assorbiamo nel nostro corpo volontariamente per compassione. Ma sicuramente poi quando diamo cose fantastiche, siamo noi che creiamo la buona fortuna altrui, che creiamo l'intero sentiero spirituale altrui e quindi anche qua gioia infinita, va bene? Quindi questa meditazione del prendere e dare, che ha la fama di essere una meditazione lugubre, invece è una meditazione che c'è da volare nel cielo per la felicità, va bene? Ok, allora adesso qualche minuto, pochi, 3 o 4, non lo so, pochi, perché siamo già al momento. qualche minuto sul respiro. Ricordatevi, è molto interessante, molto positiva, molto preziosa la posizione. Schiena diritta, spalle rilassate, mani rilassate, braccia rilassate, collo diritto che non deve cercare all'esterno proprio niente. Abbiamo già tutto dentro di noi. Quindi questa meditazione così eretta è favolosa. Seduta ma con la schiena eretta è favolosa proprio per quello. Ci toglie da ogni senso di bisogno. E inspiriamo ed espiriamo, osserviamo solo questo, l'aria che entra e l'aria che esce. Qualche minuto. Ok, bene. Ora prendere e dare davanti a noi infiniti esseri in forma di esseri umani, così li visualizziamo meglio. Esalano tutte le loro negatività in forma di fumo nero, scorpionacci velenosi, miasmi velenosi delle fabbriche, radiazioni atomiche, peggio del peggio lo esalano. E noi inspiriamo tutto questo nel nostro corpo e questa nube tossica e piena di cose repellenti va a toccare il mucchietto di polvere nera che è il nostro egoismo, i nostri difetti mentali, la nostra ottusità e la nostra incapacità ostinata di abbracciare il sentiero, abbracciare il rifugio. questo mucchietto nostro si dissolve all'istante insieme a questa polvere nera che abbiamo inalato, tutto al contatto dell'uno con l'altro c'è una dissoluzione istantanea che genera grande luce. Questa luce la emaniamo all'esterno immediatamente, non teniamo per noi nemmeno un atomo di questa luce, perché è quello che vogliamo, che tutti siano liberi dalla sofferenza, inalando la loro sofferenza, e che tutti ricevano tutte le buone qualità, esalando la luce che abbiamo prodotto con l'abbandono del nostro egoismo e con l'ottenimento di tutte le qualità positive. Ok, 5 minuti in questo modo. Ok, grazie. Ora leggiamo la sadhana con le articolazioni del rifugio e io ne aggiungo una, tra l'altro. Un'articolazione. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, nell'assemblea delle divinità meditative e nell'assemblea delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. La chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, è il rifugio vero e proprio, perché non avrebbe senso prendere rifugio nel Buddha, che ha sviluppato al massimo livello la chiarezza vuota della sua mente ed ha quindi abbandonato l'esistenza ciclica e ha ottenuto l'onniscienza. Non avrebbe senso prendere rifugio in lui se noi non potessimo avere lo stesso risultato, dato che abbiamo una stessa identica mente. La mente del Buddha è fondamentalmente è chiara, vuota e conoscitrice. Per questo diventa, una volta che questa chiarezza, conoscitività e vacuità viene sviluppata al massimo, diventa il corpo di verità e la nostra mente ha le stesse potenzialità. Su questa base prendiamo rifugio in coloro che hanno chiarezza, che hanno conoscenza del modo in cui il Buddha si manifesta, cioè i maestri qualificati che sono i rappresentanti degli esseri risvegliati qua adesso su questa terra. Prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative, infatti poi specificheremo, e prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea delle dakini. Ora voglio dire una cosa delle dakini. L'essenza di tutto il nostro dispiacere, tutte le nostre incomprensioni, tutti i nostri fallimenti, tutte le nostre delusioni, l'essenza è la dakini. La dakini è quella che ci ricorda, la dakini è un'emanazione della mente illuminata che quasi sempre non compare in modi concreti, ma come lampo di chiarezza che proviene dalla mente del Buddha. È un essere femminile perché è la madre di ogni realizzazione ed è la madre dei Buddha ed è in essenza ciò che ci dà fastidio, ciò che non ci torna, ciò che ci fa male, ciò che ci deprime, ciò che ci fa generare difetti mentali. E questa è la sua essenza, perché se noi fossimo nello stato di beato intontimento, in cui tra l'altro adesso ci vogliono ridurre con internet, i film online, eccetera, eccetera, cioè adesso non c'è manco più tanto bisogno di droghe pesanti, abbiamo quello. Comunque, se fossimo nello stato di beato intontimento, in cui le cose ci appaiono indifferenti come minimo, non svilupperemo la nostra mente e, per esempio, alla nostra morte, il karma negativo delle vite precedenti insorgerebbe senza essere stato purificato, senza essere stato antidotato da nessuna pratica, e ci precipiterebbe in qualunque tipo di sofferenza terribile che conosciamo anche adesso. La vediamo negli animali da allevamento intensivo, la vediamo in tantissime situazioni. Il samsara è sofferenza, è in essenza sofferenza, ed è in essenza proprio per quello potenzialità di liberazione. Quindi la Dakini che cos'è? È la messaggera dell'illuminazione che risiede nel nostro trovarci non confortevoli. Questo non confortevoli può andare da uno stato di leggero disagio a uno stato di profonda sofferenza, di profonda ribellione a quel che ci capita, eccetera. Senza questo segnale d'allarme non praticheremmo. Purtroppo c'è chi non pratica anche col segnale d'allarme per ora. E anche noi a volte facciamo finta di praticare, che crediamo di essere tanto bravi, tanto praticanti spirituali, ma facciamo finta di praticare. Ma anche coloro che adesso di fronte al segnale d'allarme non reagiscono cercando la liberazione dal samsara, a furia di batoste impareranno, purtroppo è così. Noi dobbiamo essere gentili con tutti gli esseri, il Buddha è gentile con tutti gli esseri, ma lo sconforto, il disagio, la sofferenza, la perdita sono i segnali della Dakini per praticare. Quindi tutte le volte che soffriamo c'è una cosa molto bella degli Zen, è proprio bella. Noi non la facciamo, ma perché di fronte a qualunque manifestazione che genererebbe un'emozione spiacevole, loro fanno gascio, rendono omaggio. È splendida, non si può dire altro. Ok, vi ho spiegato il rifugio, ora lo rileggiamo altre 2 volte. Il rifugio articolato. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri qualificati, nell'assemblea delle divinità meditative, nell'assemblea delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri qualificati delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ok. Ora, qui la sadhana, ora voglio essere molto onesta, questa pratica è obbligata, io non posso, praticamente non posso occupare questo spazio di maratona se non facciamo sta pratica che stiamo leggendo e che è comunque molto bella, niente da dire. In questa pratica c'è il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Noi non siamo tibetani, che basta che recitiamo Om Mani Padme Hum e per noi è tutto a posto. Allora io arricchisco questo Om Mani Padme Hum, questa è una mia iniziativa, nella sadhana non c'è, lo arricchisco col suo significato, cioè col significato di essere un modo di connettersi tramite la sacra parola del Buddha Avalokitesvara, perché questo è il suo mantra, un modo di connettersi col Buddha della grande compassione che ci libera da tutte le sofferenze. Questo sarebbe Tantra. Io ve lo descrivo in un modo per cui anche chi non ha iniziazione di Tantra, anche chi non sa cos'è il Tantra, anche chi non ha nessuna idea, può seguire bene la meditazione senza danno, senza misconoscimento. Però ecco, una cosa la voglio dire, ci può sembrare una cosa un po' fuori dalla realtà. Adesso ci dobbiamo mettere a visualizzare. Siete in 2 italiani, quindi e so che avete già seguito in passato, quindi sapete di cosa parlo. Adesso ci dobbiamo mettere a visualizzare questo essere che è sospeso nello spazio, mentre prima parlavamo di tutt'altra cosa. No, ecco, no, non parlavamo di tutt'altra cosa. Parlavamo della possibilità di ottenere la liberazione. E in questo, senza l'aiuto degli esseri illuminati, non c'è storia. Ok? Anche quello che vi ho detto prima, il rifugio fondamentale è la chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. E non vi significa niente se non studiate. E per studiare ci vogliono i meriti. per avere i meriti ci vuole una valanga di aiuto, e questo aiuto lo danno gli esseri illuminati compassionevoli che ora noi evochiamo, di cui ora ci ricordiamo, nella forma del Buddha della compassione, che ha un volto, 2 braccia, è seduto nello spazio bianco, di colore bianco, luminoso, radiante, seduto nello spazio di fronte a noi. Tutto questo solleva la nostra mente, no? Invece di pensare ai nostri guai, pensiamo che questo essere ci libera dai nostri guai. Allora, dai pori del suo corpo si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che toccano noi e tutti gli altri esseri che cercano rifugio dalla sofferenza e cercano il modo di progredire verso la felicità. E questo è il sentiero, quello che noi chiamiamo il sentiero spirituale. Questo Buddha appunto ci purifica completamente dai difetti che ci provocano sofferenza, che ci provocano risultati karmici negativi, ci dona tutte le qualità positive per progredire velocemente e con sicurezza nel sentiero. E appunto ci connettiamo a lui col mantra di questa divinità che tradizionalmente è Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Allora, siccome abbiamo preoccupazioni vivendo in questa vita, e sono preoccupazioni legittime, c'è una guerra bruttissima, ce ne sono state e ce ne saranno tante altre, parallele, precedenti, successive. Continuiamo a essere umani pazzi che cercano di ammazzarsi l'un l'altro. Wow, abbiamo preoccupazione, insomma non si può non avere preoccupazione per questo. Inoltre ci sono malattie, c'è stata la pandemia che adesso sembra si stia trasformando in un'influenza, ma ci rimane sempre il sospetto che le cose poi degenerino nuovamente, e poi ci sono tante altre malattie, la prima delle quali è la fame, che miliardi di esseri nel mondo vivono mentre noi abbiamo ancora, per fortuna nostra, altri problemi, ma abbiamo preoccupazioni. Allora, la divinità meditativa che rappresenta l'aspetto risvegliato di tutti i Buddha, che ci libera dalle preoccupazioni, è Tara, una forma femminile. Come dicevamo prima, la Dakini è femminile perché è la madre di tutti gli esseri risvegliati, e Tara è femminile perché è colei che ci dà la vita, è lei che ci dà la vita, è la madre che ci dà la vita, che ci dà una vita piena che possiamo utilizzare al meglio, liberi da angosce, paure e blocchi di tutti i tipi, ok? Ok, allora adesso immaginiamo questa figura che è una donna sedicenne, bellissima, di colore verde, perché questo verde è considerato la sintesi di bianco, giallo, rosso e blu, cioè di tutti gli elementi, e rappresenta anche in qualche modo l'elemento spazio, che contiene tutti gli altri elementi, appunto. Tara ci guarda noi e tutti gli altri esseri con infinito affetto, con infinita, come si dice, con l'orgoglio divino di saperci liberare da tutti i guai. Dai, meglio di così non si può. E noi ci connettiamo a lei tramite il suo sacro mantra Om Mani, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa. Tuttare Ture Soha. Anche questa volta dai pori di Tara si emanano raggi di luce che ci purificano da tutti i difetti mentali che producono poi in noi nella vita aspetti di preoccupazione, e ci danno tutte le fortune, tutte le qualità, tutte le possibilità di progredire molto velocemente nel sentiero, così come Tara è molto veloce. Va bene, ok. Ora leggiamo due dediche composte da questo altro grande Mahasiddha. Prima ho parlato di Mahasiddha Geshe Champagyatso, ora parliamo di un Mahasiddha storico, Thangtong Gyalpo, che con una preghiera aveva fatto sì che i monaci di un monastero colpito da epidemia guarissero, avendola essi recitata. E con un'altra preghiera pacifica le guerre. Questa è la prima preghiera. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi, terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata. Che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ecco le parole di verità che pacificano i pericoli delle armi. Un mani per me hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Maitreya Buddha, occhio trascendentale, sublime, compassionevole Avalokitesvara, Ayagriva vittorioso adirato, Tara completamente compiuta e totalmente pura e così via. Divinità di meditazione. Il solo ascolto dei vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio nella natura della compassione, per favore prestate attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti del tempo delle liti e delle 5 degenerazioni, dell'esplosione del grande oceano del karma malvagio e della gelosia, sono tormentati dalle intense sofferenze e lotte, per favore asciugatelo con il potere della saggezza e della compassione trascendentali, lasciando cadere grandi piogge del nettare e della gentilezza amorevole sugli esseri migratori che infiammano la conflagrazione dell'odio fuoco. Per favore concedetemi la benedizione del riconoscerci reciprocamente come padre e madre, quindi aumentate la felicità e il buon auspicio. Possano le moltitudini dei malvagi spiriti maligni che entrano nel nostro continuum mentale e lo cambiano istantaneamente nella mente di dei gelosi, da ora in poi non diffondersi mai in quest'area, paese e mondo. Chiedo anche che tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono morti in guerra abbandonino da questo momento in poi tutto il cattivo karma, causa ed effetto, e quindi essendo entrati e nati nel campo beato, la terra pura di Amitabha, conducano tutti gli altri a quella terra pura. Per favore benedite tutti coloro che nascono e muoiono, esseri samsarici, perché abbiano vita lunga senza malattie, pacifichino tutti i litigi e le lotte, ottengano il godimento delle 10 virtù, le piogge al momento giusto, sempre buoni raccolti, e che tutti gli habitat e gli abitanti siano di buon auspicio e si sviluppino. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, per i fenomeni che hanno realtà ultima e per cui causa e risultato sono ineluttabili, e per la compassione del Guru, delle divinità, del sigillo mentale, dei rari sublimi, possano queste pure vaste preghiere essere completate. Bene. Adesso facciamo le dediche generali, che sono essenziali per sigillare i meriti che abbiamo prodotto con questa ora di meditazione, perché altrimenti quando usciamo dalla meditazione l'autocompiacimento, l'indifferenza, come si può dire, la mente mondana, che pensa per esempio, ma quella monaca però qua o là, cioè io che guido, no? Potreste pensare qualcosa, perché no? Perché no? Ovviamente. E tutti questi pensieri inquinerebbero il karma puro che abbiamo prodotto finora. Allora, con le dediche generali, sigilliamo questo karma puro e facciamo in modo che maturi solo nella direzione del sentiero puro. Altrimenti può maturare questo karma, se lo inquiniamo, in risultati sì positivi ma mondani. Per esempio, potremmo diventare, a causa della generosità di aver donato a tutti gli esseri che abbiamo visualizzato di fronte a noi, abbiamo donato tutta la luce, eccetera. Questa è generosità, no? Questa generosità potrebbe maturare in ricchezza mondana, anche se poi noi come persone siamo comunque, saremmo comunque infelici o cattive, però ricchi, come risultato del karma positivo che abbiamo generato, di generosità che abbiamo generato adesso. Questo a noi non ce ne importa niente, ok? Allora, quindi facciamo le dediche generali. Possa la preziosa mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta, sorgere, quella già sorta non declinare mai, ma accrescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, ma causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per realizzare il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo cui queste due realtà, che Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca e che causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili, queste due realtà sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. Per quanti esseri senzienti ammalati ci siano, possono velocemente essere liberati da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie, senza eccezione degli esseri trasmigratori, non manifestarsi mai più. Questa è importantissima. Upete. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e, completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato del Buddha primordiale, Vajradhara. Proprio come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine, gli alberi nella foresta, possa io sempre essere usufruito da tutti gli esseri senzienti come loro vogliono, senza fare alcuna resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita. Possano gli esseri senzienti tenere me massimamente caro. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Finché tutti gli esseri senzienti non saranno liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che soddisfa tutti i desideri e come un albero che concede i frutti di tutto ciò che è desiderato, soddisfacendo così le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Tramite il mero vedermi, udirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi, toccarmi o parlarmi, possano tutte le sofferenze istantaneamente essere pacificate, possa esserci felicità per sempre. Ora recitiamo un auspicio di lunga vita sia per il Dalai Lama sia per Lama Zopa, che sono due incarnazioni di esseri risvegliati con cui abbiamo più connessione noi di questa di questa comunità monastica, ma ce ne sono tantissimi di esseri risvegliati, incarnati su questa terra con cui non abbiamo la stessa connessione, oppure ce ne sono altri con cui abbiamo connessione, ma non possiamo citarli tutti. Quindi noi, recitando le preghiere per questi due, pensiamo a tutti gli altri anche. Per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi propositi essere spontaneamente realizzati. Per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Mangiusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok, ci siamo? Venerabile Elio, buonasera. Come stai, Elio?
Sto bene, tu come stai, venerabile?
Ma io sto bene, sto continuando a diventare scema dietro al dibattito.
E ho ripreso, sono nel primo anno quest'anno, ho ripreso di nuovo.
Ah, quindi sei scemo anche te, sta
Sì,
diventando
sto
scemo.
diventando scemo.
Ciao
Pensavo
carissimo.
pensavo che ripetendo fosse più facile, invece non è più facile.
Ok,
Ok.
ciao Elio, venerabile, grazie, ciao.
Alors, voilà, bonsoir tout le monde.
Bonsoir.
Et donc, on est là pour faire cette pratique. Donc, je vais essayer de faire le partage d'écran. Comme d'habitude, j'y arrive jamais du premier coup. Donc, il faut que j'aille chercher les choses là où elles sont. Alors, voilà. Ça arrive, hein? Voilà. Donc, ça va venir. Donc, eh bien, bonsoir à tous et à toutes. Marie-Françoise qui est très, très loin, voilà. Et donc, on va continuer cette pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo. Alors, comme à l'accoutumée, on fait cette pratique avec l'esprit d'aider les êtres qui sont dans la difficulté, qui soient dans la difficulté de la pandémie ou qui soient dans la difficulté de la guerre, comme malheureusement ça arrive en ce moment. Nous n'avons pas d'autres moyens d'action face à cela que d'invoquer les Bouddhas et de dédier nos mérites afin que ces situations puissent prendre fin aussi vite que possible. Et donc, pour ça, on essaie de développer une motivation pure grâce à ces prières, grâce à l'invocation de Chenrezig et grâce donc à la prière des 4 pensées incommensurables en particulier, qui est une des pensées essentielles si on veut développer l'altruisme. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et nous allons maintenant nous adresser à Chenrezig afin qu'il nous aide dans cette entreprise. Et donc, nous visualisons Chenrezig sur le sommet de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres, dont le nombre est aussi vaste que l'espace. Nous visualisons un lotus blanc et un disque de lune, sur lesquels apparaît la syllabe Ri blanche qui se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig également est blanc, lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion, et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes au niveau du cœur et tiennent un joyau qui exauce tous les souhaits. Les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est orné de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Et le Bouddha de lumière infinie, Amitabha, couronne sa tête. Il est assis, avec ses 2 jambes dans la posture adamantine. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Au sommet de sa tête, à sa gorge et à son cœur, il y a les syllabes Om. Et donc, tel qu'il est en essence, il représente tous les refuges réunis. Et donc maintenant, nous avons essayé de lire la prière. Donc maintenant, comme on a 2 prières à réciter, ça raccourcit le temps. Donc on va lire 3 fois la prière simplement, et après la deuxième. Et si à la fin, vraiment, on a du temps, on récitera des mantras complémentaires. Donc ici, nous sommes dans la prière qui délivre Sakya de la maladie, qui est donc la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo pour donc nous libérer de la maladie. Thangtong Gyalpo était un grand sage du XIIIe siècle et il a écrit de nombreuses pratiques, dont les 2 que nous faisons. Il a aussi écrit une pratique de Chenrezig que j'ai trouvée au centre aussi. Donc, c'était vraiment un éminent érudit, un sage. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc, puisqu'on va s'adresser à Chenrezig, on va l'invoquer par la récitation de son mantra. Donc, on va essayer de dire un mala. Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Om 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 Mani Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme 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 Mani Padme Om 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 Mani Padme Donc maintenant, on va passer à la prière proprement dite. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, si par le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. On recommence depuis le début. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, c'est par le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et on va réciter une troisième fois. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tient la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et donc là, nous avons passé la première. Donc on va passer à la deuxième prière. La deuxième prière, qui est la prière des paroles de vérité qui pacifient le danger des âmes. Et là aussi, on commence par quelques mantras à Chenrezig. Donc on va réciter peut-être à demi-mala, peut-être moins. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Et donc là, en pensant spécifiquement à tous ces endroits du monde, spécifiquement en Ukraine, mais peut-être il y en a sûrement d'autres endroits où les armes font rage, où il y a des morts, il y a des guerres. Donc on fait cette invocation spécifique. Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime, à l'œil de compassion. Victorieux Ayagriva Kurusé, Tara pleinement accompli à la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge de la nature de la compassion, je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles des cinq dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes puits de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme père et mère et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, un asura, ne jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays et dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort des êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue, sans maladie, et que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé. Qu'ils jouissent des 10 vertus, bénéficient de pluie aux moments opportuns et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospèrent pour tous. Par la réalité ultime, qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures paroles être exaucées. Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime, à l'œil de compassion, victorieux Ayagriva Kurusé, Tara pleinement accompli à la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge de la nature de la compassion, je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles des cinq sens et des cinq dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie, seront tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes puits de nectar et d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent toutes les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, Asura, ne jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays, dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, les êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue, sans maladie, et que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé. Qu'ils jouissent des 10 vertus, bénéficient des pluies au moment opportun et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps. Et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospèrent pour tous. par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. Donc encore une dernière fois. Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime, à l'œil de compassion, victorieux, Ayagriva, Kurusé, Tara pleinement accompli à la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge à la nature de la compassion, je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles et des dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères, et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, un asura, ne jamais ronger dans cette région, dans ce pays et dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, les êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue, sans maladie, et que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils jouissent des 10 vertus, bénéficient de pluie au moment opportun et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospère pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. Et donc avec ceci, nous avons terminé la prière. Donc, on va passer aux dédicaces. Voilà. Chancho sem chori boche Vake banabje yoji Ke panya pame panya Gone gontu pewacho Gewadi nyududa Lama songye du yune Dowaji kyamarupa Te isara yepacho. On va poursuivre avec les prières de longue vie parce qu'on est juste avec le temps. La longue vie pour sa santé le Dalai Lama. Gori rawe kawe chikabdi Penta dewa maru jawele Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team. Et pour Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Et avec ceci, nous avons terminé la pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo, et donc je vais laisser la place au suivant.
Elio,
Oui.
excuse-moi, on t'entend très mal, c'est normal ou c'est juste chez moi?
Je ne sais pas, est-ce que les autres m'entendaient bien?
Oui,
Oui.
oui.
Ah bon?
Bon,
D'accord.
je vais laisser la place à Agatha qui est là présente.
D'accord.
Agatha, ti lascio il posto.
Grazie, ciao.
Grazie, ciao, e a presto. Mo siamo abituati, eh?
Sì, infatti.
Ciao,
Sì,
ciao.
fantastico.
Ecco,
Grazie,
voilà.
ciao. Allora, metto a posto il volume. Buonasera, sono Agata del centro Chamchucholing a Polava vicino a Udine, centro che è stato fondato nel 1990 sotto la guida di Geshe Shetopten, Geshe Champagyatso e diretto dal Dalai Lama. Il nostro maestro referente adesso è Chushan Rinpoche, che era il maestro della vita precedente di Geshe Shetopten. Geshe Shetopten era un maestro che insegnava al Nalanda nella grande università in India ed era molto portato per il dibattito, per l'insegnamento, però a un certo punto ha sentito la necessità di meditare per conto suo, perché aveva questa necessità proprio di ricercare la natura della mente, la vacuità. Allora è andato dal Dalai Lama e gli ha chiesto il permesso di ritirarsi dall'insegnamento e il Dalai Lama, visto che era veramente sincero, ha capito subito l'importanza di questa trasformazione esoterica e gli ha dato la possibilità di andare a meditare in un eremo sopra di lui, a 2 ore di strada dal Dalai Lama, a Dharamsala, in una piccola casetta fatta di fango, molto umile, senza tanti comfort, ma qui Geshe Shetopten ha potuto veramente fare un sentiero interiore molto profondo. C'era una clausola però che gli ha dato il Dalai Lama. Ha detto ok, io ti aiuto, però ogni 2 anni devi andare in Italia a insegnare il Dharma. E così lui ha accettato ed è per questo che noi siamo riusciti a conoscerlo e veniva, faceva le vacanze di Natale a Pomaia e poi stava parecchio tempo nel centro di Valentino a Villorba. E lì era una grandissima festa, ci si ritrovava tutti, c'era un grande entusiasmo per il Dharma. Poi Geshe Shetopten aveva anche un discepolo che si chiamava Losang, che era veramente molto capace nell'aiutare gli occidentali. E avevamo sempre un grande feeling e così a un certo punto Geshe l'abbiamo invitato a Castelmonte, un santuario cristiano qua vicino, che è lì da una finestra della chiesa ha visto un bagliore, un simbolo di buon auspicio verso quella che poi era nella montagna e ha dato delle indicazioni precise a Plinio perché fosse aperto un centro anche in questa zona. Così è stato con tante con alcuni aspetti difficili all'inizio, però dopo 2 anni è stato aperto appunto il centro a Polava, che è a 200 metri dalla Slovenia. e poi nel 1900 ci ha aiutato per tutti questi anni, si sono seguiti tanti maestri che hanno vissuto a Polava, l'ultimo dei quali è Geshe Losampende, che è rimasto per 11 anni, poi Geshe Champagliatto e tanti altri. E abbiamo avuto anche la fortuna di avere ospite a Udine, abbiamo organizzato l'evento del Dalai Lama che è venuto nel 2007 e nel 2012. Ecco, questo è un riassunto di Polava. Ok. Adesso facciamo subito la meditazione per calmare la mente, la meditazione in 9 cicli. Chiudiamo la narice sinistra con le dita della mano destra. Inspiriamo luce bianca che rappresenta l'energia dei 4 elementi: terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, e tutte le realizzazioni degli esseri illuminati e la chiara luce. Quando espiriamo, visualizziamo che mandiamo fuori il respiro come se fosse fumo nero, con tutte le nostre preoccupazioni, il karma negativo, gli ostacoli, tutto ciò che anche riguarda la malattia fisica e mentale, lo mandiamo lontano, viene assorbito nella vacuità. Facciamo questa pratica cercando di mantenere la schiena dritta, così il prana può fluire in maniera più corretta, e rilassiamo in questo modo appunto corpo, parole e mente. Cambiamo la narice. Ora inspiriamo con tutte e 2 le narici. Bene, adesso pensiamo alla motivazione che ci spinge a essere qua. Abbiamo scelto di partecipare a questa pratica perché riusciamo a capire l'importanza di questo spazio sacro e dell'essere entrati in questo karma collettivo di interdipendenza molto importante. E quindi rigioiamo per questa opportunità che ci stiamo dando. E pensiamo al motivo, alla motivazione che ci spinge a fare questa pratica, che è quella della nostra pratica, che è quella di avere ben chiaro il nostro obiettivo, che è quello di raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare gli esseri viventi, nessuno escluso. E possiamo anche visualizzare questa pratica in modo che la sentiamo già nostra. Dobbiamo cercare di pensare che non sarà così difficile raggiungerla, ma stiamo già facendo un percorso molto importante perché questo avvenga. La base principale è costituita da due fattori: il metodo e la saggezza. Il metodo principale è quello della bodhicitta convenzionale e la saggezza è la bodhicitta ultima, o la realizzazione della vacuità. Quindi l'opposto della motivazione convenzionale è l'egoismo. Quella della motivazione della bodhicitta ultima è la realizzazione della vacuità, ed è l'opposto è l'attaccamento al nostro io, perché pensiamo che sia vero, che sia esistente dalla sua parte, ma non è così. È un'etichetta che ci stiamo dando e che seguiamo, ma ci crea solo danno. Quindi sviluppare la bodhicitta è un'arma che ostacola questa grande interferenza, perché noi ci preoccupiamo sempre del nostro egoismo e contemporaneamente sperimentiamo l'attaccamento, l'aggrapparci a questo io. E la motivazione di bodhicitta invece è prendersi cura degli altri, sviluppare l'altruismo di chi vuole diventare illuminato, capace quindi di fare del bene agli altri, perché sono cari e preziosi. Questa dovrebbe essere sempre la pratica, la base essenziale della nostra motivazione, averla bene in mente e ricordarla tutti i giorni, la mattina, perché questo poi contribuisce ad fa sì che il nostro comportamento durante la giornata segua questa motivazione, e quindi saremo delle persone che non avranno interferenze nella pratica del Dharma e nello sviluppo di un sentiero interioristico. Ecco. Quindi ricordiamoci che noi ci prendiamo cura degli altri perché sono veramente cari e preziosi, perché senza di loro noi non riusciamo a vivere. Abbiamo bisogno di tutti, e poi siamo veramente collegati tutti da un'unità generale in forma interdipendente, e quindi dobbiamo cercare di sviluppare amore e compassione verso gli altri. E la pratica molto valida in questo senso è la pratica del Tonglen, che appunto che è quella, prendiamo le sofferenze di tutti gli altri su di noi e doniamo loro la felicità. Non lo pratichiamo per diventare più bravi, più felici, ma o per ottenere risultati positivi su di noi, ma perché il miglior modo di essere egoisti è proprio quello di aiutare gli altri. Se stanno bene tutti quanti anche intorno a noi, ma non solo, nel mondo in generale, stiamo bene anche noi. Quindi sviluppiamo questo interesse altruistico, e per farlo il Tonglen è molto importante, è molto valido come pratica. Visualizziamo intorno a noi, ci sono tutti gli esseri senzienti, umani, animali, spiriti affamati, assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Ognuno soffre tantissimo. Pensiamo anche non solo ai sei reami, ma anche a quello che sta avvenendo a causa di tutte le guerre di tutto il mondo. È facile immaginare un inferno, visualizzare un inferno quando lo vedi veramente. Quindi pensiamo che ci sono tutti gli esseri che stanno malissimo, anche in questo reame, appunto, in questo universo che noi stiamo sperimentando. E quindi pensiamo che sono tutti intorno a noi, davanti, dietro, a 360 gradi. Pensiamo che sono soli, incapaci, senza guida e protezione. Nessuno si prende cura di loro. Quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa noi, nessuno lo farà. Ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività e le loro cause. E dopo aver espresso questa preghiera con grande coraggio, diciamo: possano maturare su di me tutte le negatività e le cause delle negatività. Ispiriamo la luce nera come fumo che rappresenta tutto il negativo, e all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera che ha la natura della preoccupazione egoistica, un bel macigno pesante, nero. E pensiamo che il fumo nero che è entrato dentro il nostro corpo all'altezza del nostro cuore sfiora la palla nera ed esplode e va in 1000 pezzi e tutti i frammenti spariscono. Facciamo questo esercizio per alcune volte, pensando proprio di ispirare la negatività di tutti e farla esplodere all'altezza del nostro cuore, sapendo e essendo consci che la palla nera è il nostro egoismo e l'attaccamento all'io. Andiamo lontano, vicino, sopra, sotto, dappertutto. Ispiriamo tutta la negatività che è presente in tutto l'universo. Concentriamoci sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività degli altri. Non sono oggettivamente esistenti, autonomi, indipendenti. Se andiamo a cercarli, non li troviamo. Quindi meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività. Proviamo a cercarle. Vediamo che non riusciamo a trovarlo da nessuna parte, è sparito in 1000 pezzi. Cerchiamo l'io, dove possiamo trovarlo. Adesso sorge un senso di liberazione, perché abbiamo eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalle loro negatività e abbiamo preso su di noi sotto forma di fumo nero tutto il male che è arrivato al cuore colpendo la palla dell'io ed è sparito definitivamente. E quindi troviamo uno stato di grande gioia perché abbiamo fatto una cosa di grande significato. Sentiamo questa sensazione di gioia. Questa meravigliosa energia si trasforma in una luce bianchissima che ci riempie completamente. E attraverso i pori della nostra pelle la facciamo uscire e va a inondare tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami, rendendoli felici e purificati. Cominciando dalla nostra stanza, questa luce bianchissima tocca tutte le persone, tutti gli esseri senzienti, animali compresi, e li rende felici e purificati. Poi la nostra città, la nostra nazione, tutti gli stati del mondo, tutte le persone del mondo vengono inondati di questa preziosa luce di purificazione, di felicità. Adesso la luce rientra piano piano dentro il nostro cuore e ci purifica completamente. Ora visualizziamo che la luce esce ancora una volta dal nostro cuore e va a fare offerte a tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, Dharmapala e protettori, acqua da bere, meravigliosa, acqua purissima di cascate, acqua per lavare i piedi, bellissimi fiori, montagne di incenso, tantissima luce come miliardi di soli, profumi e musica. Pensiamo che tutto il campo dei meriti è compiaciuto per quello che stiamo facendo, ci sorridono e rimandano questa preziosa energia dentro il nostro cuore. Ora visualizziamo Chenrezig davanti a noi che emana un fascio di luce bianca attraverso il suo chakra del capo che entra dentro il nostro chakra del capo e ci riempie completamente di luce bianca. In questo modo vengono purificate le 3 azioni non virtuose del corpo, come uccidere, rubare, usare un comportamento sessuale scorretto. Dalla sua gola esce un fascio di luce rossa che entra dentro la nostra gola e ci riempie completamente di luce rossa. E in questo modo vengono purificate le 4 azioni non virtuose della parola: mentire, calunniare, creare divisione, parlare a vanvera e fare pettegolezzi. Dal suo cuore esce un fascio di luce blu che entra dentro il nostro cuore, attraverso il nostro cuore entra e ci riempie completamente di luce blu. In questo modo vengono purificate le 3 azioni non virtuose della mente: provare brama, attaccamento e desiderio, provare malevolenza e cattiveria e sostenere visioni distorte. Ora dal suo corpo, parole e mente escono 3 fasci di luce in simultanea, bianca, rossa e blu, che entrano dentro i nostri 3 luoghi. In questo modo siamo completamente purificati e quindi siamo anche contenitori adatti per fare la pratica della voluta dal Dalai Lama e da Lama Zopa, che è la parola vajra del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera i sakya dalla malattia. Prendiamo rifugio con la motivazione io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito. Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Adesso continuiamo a emanare amore e compassione, pensando che Chenrezig purifica e dà benedizioni a tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E anche noi continuiamo a emanare questa energia che abbiamo accumulato di guarigione verso tutti gli esseri della terra. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Sentiamo il suono del mantra di Chenrezig che vibra ed emana tantissima luce in ogni angolo del pianeta. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Leggiamo la preghiera effettiva pensando che è veramente potente e noi abbiamo la grande fortuna di aver conosciuto i maestri che ci hanno aiutati ad entrare nel sentiero interiorista del Dharma e che in questo momento hanno molta fiducia in noi perché facciamo questa pratica voluta appunto dai grandi maestri e quindi sentiamoci orgogliosi anche di poter partecipare a questa preghiera effettiva che è potentissima nell'aiutare il prossimo a guarire. Quindi con grande coraggio, perché in questo momento ci vuole molto coraggio, leggiamo la preghiera e pensiamo che siamo persone veramente fortunate ad avere accesso a questa dimensione molto molto particolare di cambiamento, risveglio e felicità. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Recitiamo un'altra mala di mantra, un Mani Padme Hum, continuando ad emanare luce bianchissima con tanto amore e compassione verso tutti gli esseri senzienti, pensando che Buddha Chenrezig continua sempre ad aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, e continua appunto anche lui a emanare luce, amore e compassione, con grande compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redattini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddha, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graffi, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redattini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che queste due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Pensiamo di fare una dedica speciale a tutte le persone che sono morte a causa delle guerre, perché possano avere un bardo che li aiuta a una rinascita fortunata vicino a chi pratica il Dharma. E pensiamo appunto a quelli che sono morti, che diamo loro forza e coraggio perché possano trovare la luce. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. A tutti i malati di Covid e tutte le malattie di tutte quante le malattie del mondo, a tutti i malati del mondo, pensiamo che auguriamo loro una pronta guarigione. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. A tutti gli infermieri, dottori degli ospedali, delle case di riposo, del centro di salute mentale, i medici senza frontiere che si occupano dei malati in guerra. Facciamo una dedica speciale per loro. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. A tutti i maestri delle elementari, della scuola, che possano avere saggezza e una giusta visione per educare tutti i ragazzi del mondo con amore, compassione e saggezza ed etica. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. A tutti i politici del mondo perché possano trovare una soluzione immediata per la pace in tutto il pianeta. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. A tutti i maestri spirituali perché possano avere lunga vita e non abbandonarci nel nostro sentiero. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. A tutti i praticanti del Dharma perché possano non avere mai dubbi e continuare con sforzo entusiastico le pratiche del Dharma e abbiano che incrementi ogni giorno di più la visione dell'equanimità. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da Guru perfetto, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi ed ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte. Meditiamo un minuto sulla vacuità e il significato di questa preziosa strofa. È tutto un sogno, non c'è un attimo di realtà. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù come la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni e gli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losangrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa del Manionato, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti, ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Do la parola al Venerable Tenzin Laptok. Hello. Hi. Hi. Have a nice session. Ok. Ciao a tutti.
Ciao. Wow. Okay. Okay. I guess we start. Who was that before? Yeah. So welcome everyone, whoever is out there. We're live on YouTube. I see I have a little note here in the corner of my screen. Yep. So I'm Tenzin Lexo, originally I'm from the United States. It's been a while since I've been here, so doing Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers. But I'm living at Sarajay Monastery in India for a long time. But right now I'm in Institute Lama Zopa in Italy, translating for a Vinaya course. Yeah, so I'm going to be here for 1 hour, 2 half-hour sessions. So we'll spend a little time on generating a bodhicitta motivation and going for refuge, and then visualizing Chenrezig, either doing self-generation or generating in space in front. And then we'll recite the Mani Mantra for a while. And then as a dedication at about the halfway mark, about a half hour, we'll recite Thangtong Gyalpo's actual prayer as a means of dedicating. And then we'll continue reciting the Mani Mantra for a while longer. And then maybe do a more extensive dedication at the end of the hour. So yeah, get comfortable wherever you are in your meditation posture. Do the same. Then focus your mind on an object of meditation, either your breath or your mind or another object. As a way of generating some concentration. And then visualize yourself surrounded by all sentient beings. And then generate bodhicitta motivation. So first, get comfortable, check your posture. The 8-point Varachana posture, and then focus your mind on an object of meditation for a minute or two. And then visualize yourself surrounded by all sentient beings. Beginning with your mother and father to your left and right, then all your other female friends and family to your left and behind you. And male friends and family to your right and behind you. Just briefly bring them each to mind. Imagine they're actually sitting in space together with you, meditating. And then visualize those whom you're most prone to become angry or upset with directly in front of you, facing towards you. And all the other sentient beings of the 6 realms, imagined in human form, seated all around you, this vast space. And remember your interconnectedness with them in different relationships from life to life. And then especially remembering how all sentient beings are the same as oneself in experiencing countless sufferings, in drowning, drifting, being lost in the ocean of samsaric sufferings from life to life, driven by the forces of afflictive emotions, ignorance, attachment, anger, and contaminated karma from life to life, and how this process will never end till the root of samsara is cut by wisdom realizing emptiness, and how each sentient being has the potential for full enlightenment, perfect happiness, and well-being. And then remember how other sentient beings have been boundless, inconceivably kind to oneself from life to life. And how oneself has the potential to become fully enlightened and perfectly work continuously and spontaneously for the welfare of all sentient beings. And try to generate the aspiration to achieve the state of full enlightenment in order to be of the greatest service to all sentient beings. So try to generate a bodhicitta, or at least a motivation of loving kindness and compassion. Especially remember those sentient beings so you can, you can see clearly as suffering the suffering of suffering. What do you usually think of as suffering? Oh, like the things we're reading about in the news these days, the war in Ukraine, other than the things we don't think about or remember so often. All the refugees from the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Somalia, other parts of Africa. Those refugees from violence in South America, Central America. And then all those who suffer from, psychological problems, psychological illness like schizophrenia, depression, bipolar disorder. And all those who suffer because they can't get enough food or drink. Those who suffer from abuse, violence, fear. And that's just human beings, not to mention all the animals, those in the animal realm who've been our mothers in past lives. And those in the hungry gross realm who've taken rebirth in the hungry gross realm. Those who've taken rebirth in the hell realms. Remember all their sufferings. And then remember the suffering of change, even pleasant sensations, which lead to dissatisfaction. All sentient beings suffering from the suffering of change. And then all sentient beings who are in samsara, suffering from pervasive compounding suffering, the very state of being under the control of afflictive emotions and karma. Or generate compassion for all sentient beings by thinking about 3 kinds of suffering. And again, generate bodhicitta. And as a basis for bodhicitta, remember the possibility of full enlightenment. Why? Because all of the suffering arises from ignorance, grasping at things existing from their own side, which is a completely false notion. So remember how oneself, all other sentient beings, all phenomena are because they're dependently arising phenomena. existing in dependence upon causes and conditions, parts, and imputation by the mind. Therefore, they don't exist in even the slightest atom from their own side. And thereby, by nature, they're completely pure. By their own nature, they're free from all phenomena, free from existing from their own side, so free from the object that ignorance grasps that. So by realizing this, then it's possible to purify all obscurations of the mind and achieve full enlightenment for all sentient beings. It's also possible because all afflictive emotions, anger and attachment and so forth, jealousy, arrogant pride, all arise from ignorance, grasping at inherent existence. And it's possible for oneself and all sentient beings to be completely free from all afflictive emotions that disturb the peace of the mind. So it's also possible for oneself and all sentient beings to achieve the perfect peace of nirvana. So thereby, it's fully, perfectly logical to aspire to free all sentient beings from every form of suffering. So in order to accomplish that, then we engage in this practice of Chenrezig. Is that practice? Use this one. Nope. I'm trying to find the practice. I have it open on my computer somewhere, but it's not showing up. Let me close some windows here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now, with the maintaining your bodhicitta motivation and maintaining mindfulness, that all phenomena, oneself, other sentient beings, and all inanimate phenomena are empty of existing from their own side, and even the slightest. Then visualize objects of refuge in the space in front of you. So visualize Shakyamuni Buddha, or as holy as Dalai Lama, or Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, whatever you like. Visualize a refuge field, representations of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, space in front of you. Or remember how oneself and all sentient beings are trapped in the sufferings of samsara and generate a wish to be free, aspiring to be free from suffering of samsara. And also try to generate faith in the power of the Buddha Dharma Sangha to protect one from the suffering of samsara. And lead one to the freedom of liberation and the state of full enlightenment. Because the Buddha unmistakably teaches the Four Noble Truths. And the Dharma expresses that. So by understanding the Dharma, we are actually protected. And then the Sangha, because they realize the Four Noble Truths, then they have the ability to lead us on the path. And we can read the motivation and then the refuge at the bottom. all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Yeah, the empty clarity of our own minds is not actually the Dharmakaya, but it's that which is the potential to achieve the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space. So think oneself together with all sentient beings who are my mothers, infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oneself and all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then imagine the field of refuge dissolves into light, a drop of light which sinks through your crown and then pervades your entire body, purifies all obscurations and suffering and the cause of suffering, and bestows upon one perfect kind of bliss and well-being and all the realizations of the path up to full enlightenment. And then you can imagine oneself and all sentient beings and all the inanimate environment completely dissolve into emptiness. Emptiness pervaded by a loving kindness, compassion, great bliss. And then think within the sphere of emptiness, either oneself, if one has initiation, or if one doesn't, then think in the space in front of oneself, arises Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So I'll show a more classical kind of image. Chenrezig. Well, this is form Chenrezig. So what any form of Chenrezig you can imagine. So spend a minute or two generating visualization of Chenrezig. And then remember oneself surrounded by all sentient beings. and one's bodhicitta motivation and mindfulness of emptiness. And then we'll recite the Mani mantra. So as you recite the Mani mantra, you can visualize light, or visualize the mantra either at your own heart or at the heart of Chenrezig in front of you. And imagine from the, try to very clearly imagine, visualize from the letters of the mantra, and then also from the seed syllable, hum or om, at the center. So imagine the letters of the mantra stand upright on a lotus and moon disk, surrounding a seed syllable, letter hum. Yeah. I'm not sure actually. It could be om or shri as well, but anyway, one of those. Then imagine from the mantra light rays radiate out. And light rays are in the nature of bliss and emptiness, or emptiness and great compassion. And they spread out throughout the universe, striking all sentient beings, purifying them of every form of suffering and the cause of suffering, and then bestowing upon them all the realizations on the path to enlightenment, up to full enlightenment. 10, I counted 10 malas. Yep. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So imagine clearly that you and all sentient beings are completely purified of every negative karma and afflictive emotion and causes of those, the subtle imprints that are causes of those are completely purified, especially ignorance. And the environment as well, imagine being completely purified of all causes of harm, pollution, and any cause of harm whatsoever. So remember how all things are in the nature of emptiness, of inherent existence. And then we can rejoice, spend a moment to rejoice in the merit created by oneself and others. And these oceans of merits heaped together, we dedicate with this prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'll read the dedication 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers. So these are kind of like spirits that harm, ghosts or spirits that harm sentient beings. So may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. It's more like separate the mind from the body in a mere instant, but not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the first half of my hour. So if you like, you can relax for a minute or two, stand up, get a drink of water or whatever. Or if you like, just keep meditating. Can regenerate your bodhicitta motivation and practice mindfulness of emptiness. Like the Dalai Lama instructs us to every time he teaches us, basically. So then remembering the visualization of all sentient beings seated around oneself, for whom one does this practice, and dividing them into three categories: your friends and family, especially your mother and father to your left and your right, and all your family and friends, and then also those whom you find antagonistic. Could be the same people, usually is. Some visualized in front of you, facing towards you, reminding you to practice, especially practice patience and loving kindness towards them as antidotes to your anger and irritation. And then remembering all the other sentient beings who have also been countless times from life to life, have been our enemies and our dear friends and family, and now taken rebirth in different forms, so we don't recognize, just like the ones who are near and dear to us now will die, and we'll die, and they'll take rebirth in different forms, and we won't recognize them in the future. So I think of all these sentient beings, generate loving kindness, wishing for their well-being, and compassion, wishing for them to be free from suffering. And then based on those, generate wisdom, recognizing, remembering, because we're all dependent, interdependent arisings, interconnected, then therefore empty, all empty of an inherent existence or existing from our own side. So regenerate one's bodhicitta motivation, and then clarify one's visualization of oneself or in space in front of oneself. Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. So behind His Holiness here in this picture is a statue of 1,000 Chenrezig has 11 heads. the famous statue in Dharamsala. That is Holiness had commissioned when they're coming into exile. So again, visualize the heart of Avalokiteshvara is a beautiful. The heart, this very center of the heart chakra is a very small, like the size of a half pea. Half of a pea is a lotus blossom upon which is a moon disk. Or you can just visualize a moon disk. It is, I think it's a seed syllable, actually. And then around surrounding that in standing upright, starting in the front and then surrounding in a clockwise direction with the letters of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. You can also just focus on the seed syllable in the mantra. Use that as your object of meditation, or you can visualize the whole deity. Or you can kind of zoom out, zoom in. Sometimes visualize just the seed syllable, sometimes the seed syllable in the mantra, sometimes the whole deity, sometimes zoom out further, visualize all sentient beings in the pure land of Avalokiteshvara. But it's also, as you recite the mantra, it's good to remember the meaning, especially the Mani mantra. It's very simple. Because the mantra elicits the symbolism of a lotus blossom up in the center of which is a jewel. So Om Mani, Mani means jewel. And that's a symbol of great compassion, or bodhicitta. And then Om Mani Padme, Padme means lotus. So symbol is a jewel sitting in the center of a lotus blossom. So here the lotus blossom represents the wisdom, realizing emptiness. Because just as a lotus arises from the mud and muddy water itself is completely unstained by mud. So similarly, all phenomena, although in samsara all phenomena are tainted with ignorance, grasping at inherent existence, the nature of all those phenomena is completely pure of existing inherently. And so the nature is completely pure of that kind of existence, reified or concrete, inherent existence, and is also pure of that ignorance. And thereby has the potential to be continual everlasting source of well-being and happiness. So yeah, while you recite the mantra, it's good to remember the meaning. In short, the mantra means though Om, invoking all the blessing of all the Buddhas of the 3 times and 10 directions, Mani, great compassion, Padme, wisdom realizing emptiness, and then Hum, may I become that. So in short, it's a prayer that may I become the embodiment of great compassion and wisdom realizing emptiness. And may all sentient beings also become that. So we can continue reciting the mantra. So then imagine that oneself and all sentient beings in the environment are completely purified of every obscuration, every form of suffering and the causes of suffering. Even the subtle obscurations to enlightenment are completely purified. Especially all those who are sick with coronavirus or other illnesses are healed. All violence and war and conflict comes to an end. All hunger and thirst completely disappear. All beings are well nourished and in living in harmony and peace and happiness with one another. And imagine all beings, oneself and all beings that are blessed also to generate all the realizations of the path, from practical devotion up to unification of no more learning and the state of enlightenment. And then rejoicing in one's own merit, the merit of others, and remembering how all phenomena are in the nature of emptiness. And dedicate again by reading this Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body and the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then let's read a few verses from the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Shantideva. So, may the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, may the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, and may every disease in the world never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled or their minds ever be depressed. If in those who encounter me a faithful or an angry thought arises, may that eternally become the source for fulfilling all their wishes. May all those who say bad things to me or cause me any other harm, even those who mock and insult me, have the fortune to fully awaken. May I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world until everyone is healed. May a rain of food and drink descend to clear away the pain and thirst of hunger. And during the eon of famine, may I myself change into food and drink. May I become an inexhaustible treasure for those who are poor and destitute. May I turn into all things they could need, and may these be placed close beside them. May I be a protector for those without one, a guide for all travelers on the way. May I be a bridge, a boat, and a ship for all who wish to cross the ocean. May I be an island for those who seek one, and a lamp for those desiring light. May I be a bed for all who wish to rest, and a servant for all who want a servant. And until they pass away from pain, may I also be the source of life for all the realms of varied beings that reach into the ends of space, just like space and just like as the great elements of the earth. May I always support the life of all the boundless creatures, for as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain. Until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And then the second verse for His Holiness, Long Life Prayer. Savior of the snow, of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may you live long and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majinat's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long, and may all be auspicious. So I end there and pass over to the group from Spain.
Yes.
Hello, Venerable Lexo.
How are you?
Hello. Very good. Good to see you.
In India?
No,
Yeah, no, I'm in Italy.
It's true. Sorry, I forgot
You were
already.
translating for me for the
Yes, I
Vinaya
know.
Lexo,
How are you?
thank you very much for your translation. It's wonderful in Vinaya course. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah,
Then
guess
you are
guys doing very
enjoying
nice.
pizza and pasta, Lexo, no?
Yeah, the pizza is here. It's different than America. America, the pizza has a lot more cheese, but it's good.
Don't
But it's
tell
good.
that
But it's good.
to
In
the
Italy,
Italians.
Uh-huh.
in
I want to try the pizza in Spain.
whenever you want.
You're in the best
Are-
place for pizza.
Are any of you coming for Kondrola's teaching next weekend?
No, I don't think so. I know that Tenda he will go. I mean the monks from Nalanda. Which date? Which are the dates of Kadrola?
6 and
It's
7.
Saturday from 3 to 5 and Sunday from 10 to 12.
Next weekend.
Weekend, yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
I don't think we have also course here. What to do? Yeah.
Is she coming to Spain? She should come to Spain.
No, it's not planned to come to Spain. I don't know. I don't know this time. I think in Europe only Italy and some other place or not.
I think
in
no.
Europe.
Only Institute Lama Zopa, I think.
Yeah. What to do?
Yeah.
Anyway, enjoy the time with Kadrola. Eh?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Bye,
Bye.
Lexo. Se me había
Bueno.
olvidado ya que estaba en Italia, es verdad.
Claro, hasta junio está en Italia.
Sigues con el curso, ¿no?
Sí. Ahora se ha reducido mucho. Hay gelongmas, hay presenciales, no sé cuántas porque no se ven, pero se las oye y hacen preguntas. Y por Zoom, gelongmas hay como 2.
Ya.
Sultrim. Había una que ya no viene, que se llama
Sultrin la Suiza, dices. ¿Es Gelonma? Ruth ha tomado los votos de Gelonma, no sabía.
Sí, pero debe ser porque se está, sí.
Qué
Está
raro.
cristiana también, cristiana.
Sí, pero de Ruth no sabía que los había tomado.
Bueno, pues sí, está muy bien. Ahora es más denso porque como son más votos y los explica con mucho detalle, todos los factores, los elementos, pero vamos, está muy bien.
Muy bien, fenomenal. Bueno, te presento a tenemos una invitada.
Hola,
Catalina,
venerable.
haz así.
¿Que estás en Chile?
No, que va.
Ah, no.
No, Catalina, estás sin micrófono. Ponte micrófono. Es que, vale,
Estoy
ya.
en Valencia.
Ah, estás en Valencia.
Ujú. Está en
Ah.
Valencia, pero es de Chile. Sí, sí,
Muy
sí,
bien,
sí.
bienvenida, bienvenida.
Gracias.
Y bueno, y bienvenida a Begoñín. A Begoñín está en Madrid, ¿no?
Begoña, que ha tenido la gentileza de sustituirme el sábado que viene, ya os lo digo, que estará ella.
Sí, no sabía yo. ¿Por dónde te vas?
Pues porque voy al grupo de Córdoba, que allí todavía no tienen conexión de internet porque es nuevo y entonces pues me lo va a hacer ella. Ahora estoy en el centro de Ontinyent.
Pero hombre, a un cibercafé puedes hacer, desde luego, todos son obstáculos, digo yo.
Tú da ideas, ya lo que faltaba, es un cibercafé.
A cibercafé con el chogu.
Eso es, y la gente pasando por detrás y el ruido. Y...
¿Está? Claro.
Bueno, vamos a empezar.
Eso, va.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí, a la venerable Sangha y a la gente que estáis en YouTube también. Yo estoy en el centro de Thangtong de Onteniente, que han tenido la amabilidad de dejarme retransmitir desde aquí. Y bueno, es una manera, porque si vais conociendo centros, menos algunos que no tienen conexión, pues por donde vamos yendo, desde ahí retransmitimos. Y así conocéis a la familia de la FPMT, que también está muy bien, es una manera.
Por lo menos a los budas de las gompas.
A los budas. Yo os voy a enseñar ahora al Buda Maitreya, que es una maravilla que tienen aquí.
Qué lindo.
Sí, que es el que estaba con la gira de las reliquias, uno de ellos. Y ahora es aquí, a mi derecha. Estoy aquí con él. Y muy bien, muy bien. Así es que bueno, pues así inspirados empezamos. Podemos generar la motivación de la bodhicitta, conectando con toda esa corriente de bodhicitta que se lleva generando desde hace muchas horas, como cada sábado, gracias a toda la Sangha, a la venerable Sangha, y sobre todo gracias a la petición que nos hizo Rinpoche de que nos reuniéramos a rezar, a crear méritos, a dedicarlos por el beneficio de todos los seres. Si es que pensamos en todos los seres que sufren, especialmente aquellos que están en los reinos inferiores, los que han fallecido a causa del coronavirus o de cualquier otra enfermedad, los que lo han perdido todo, los que están enfermando ahora, los que lo han hecho en el pasado. Seres que visualizamos a nuestro alrededor. Podemos imaginar que a nuestra derecha se encuentra nuestro padre y todos los varones de nuestra familia, abuelos, tíos, hermanos, sin importar el tiempo que haga que han fallecido, si es que ha sido así, o si hace mucho que no ves, no importa, ahora los traes y los sitúas ahí a tu derecha. Y a nuestra izquierda situamos a nuestra madre y a todas las mujeres de nuestra familia, abuelas, tías, hermanas, en la misma actitud, meditando, muy serenos, casi luminosos. Detrás colocamos a nuestros seres más cercanos, más queridos, amigos, compañeros, conocidos, incluyendo a nuestros animales, nuestras mascotas, reconociendo en ellos a seres que buscan ser felices, igual que nosotros. Y delante situamos a esa persona o personas con las que hemos tenido problemas o los estamos teniendo ahora. Aprovechamos y los integramos en nuestra práctica, dando un paso más en la sanación de esa huella de herida que quizá pueda haber. Alrededor están todos los seres del universo, todos los seres que llenan los reinos del samsara. Ahí están todos los humanos, dioses, semidioses, lo que el Buda llamó dioses, semidioses, animales de todas clases, pretas, seres de sufrimiento extremo de los infiernos. E incluimos a los seres que han entrado en el bardo, que están en el bardo, en particular aquellos que han entrado en él en los últimos 49 días. Lo más importante es sentir que nuestra mente no se deja ninguno fuera, que arropamos a todos los seres, sin una sola excepción. Meditamos así con fuerza unos momentos, dejando que nuestra mente se transforme en esa preciosa bodichita. En el espacio frente a nosotros visualizamos a Guru Chenrezig en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo. 4 brazos, 2, 1000, sentado, de pie, el que te sea más familiar. Lo más importante es sentir que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Chenrezig en este mundo, en el aspecto de un monje tibetano. Chenrezig te mira y te sonríe. Y de su cuerpo surge una gran cantidad de luz con la que te envuelve a ti y a todos los seres que acabas de visualizar. Tienes la misma experiencia que la que tiene un bebé en brazos de su padre o su madre amorosos. Te sientes acogido, arropado, cuidado. Y meditando así, recitamos unos momentos el mantra o Mani Padme Hum, pensando que con la vibración del mantra, esa luz y ese néctar que surgen del sagrado cuerpo de Chenrezig, activa aún más su poder y les da a cada ser lo que necesite. En especial a todos la sabiduría que conoce la vacuidad. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme Om mani padme hum. Ahora vamos a leer la oración que viene, está tan cortita que viene en la propia oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, que es una oración de Choye Gotsampa, que sirve también para generar la motivación. Si la veis, ¿no? En pantalla. Vale. Entonces, pensando en todos los seres que nos rodean, en sus sufrimientos, de manera muy especial nos acordamos de los seres que más están sufriendo por las guerras, los conflictos, los desastres naturales, no solo la guerra de Ucrania, sino la de Yemen, que está siendo terrible, la de Siria, que no cesa, que lleva años y años y años. Pensamos en todos esos seres, por supuesto la de Ucrania, ahora. También en los que padecen desastres naturales, terremotos, incendios, fuegos, inundaciones. Los seres que son torturados, oprimidos. Y pensando así empezamos a recitar que por estar yo experimentando esta enfermedad, que todos los seres se liberen de la enfermedad y del daño de espíritus, que estén libres de estas condiciones y sus causas, el karma negativo y las impurezas, que todos los seres se liberen de esto, que queden totalmente pacificados y logren la iluminación. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación, las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Pensamos que estamos bajo la protección de Guru, Chenrezig, de todos los maestros y del campo de méritos, y lo mismo le sucede a todos los seres que nos rodean. Entonces, ahora empezamos con las recitaciones de la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Venerable Paloma, si quieres hacer la primera motivación.
Pues para que el Dharma llegue a todos y cada uno de los seres de la forma adecuada para que puedan integrarlo, que podamos vivir todos con un buen corazón y una ética, una moralidad pura, sin dañar a los seres, y especialmente para que el buen corazón se anide en cada uno de nosotros, se desarrolle la compasión, la bondad, y podamos vivir en armonía unos con otros.
Muy bien, pues pensando en todo ello, recitamos: puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Begoña, si quieres hacer la segunda motivación, por favor.
Sí, vamos a hacer esta recitación para la salud y larga vida de todos nuestros maestros, de todos los que nos han dado enseñanzas a lo largo de todo nuestro camino espiritual y, por supuesto, pues para la salud y larga vida de nuestro Gurú Raíz, de su santidad el Dalai Lama y en general de toda la Sangha que está en los monasterios de India, que se prepare y pueda tener todo lo que necesiten para llegar a ser maestros, futuros maestros perfectamente cualificados.
Muy bien, pues pensando en todo ello, hacemos la segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Un Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Vale. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Catalina, ¿quieres hacer la motivación de la tercera? Pero dando al...
Me gustaría dedicar o pedir para todos los seres para que puedan desarrollar compasión en sus corazones y para la larga vida de su santidad Dalai Lama.
Muy bien, gracias. Pues con todo eso en mente recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Y además de todos los propósitos que habéis señalado, vamos a hacer una recitación especial por todas aquellas personas que sufren algún tipo de adicción a cualquier cosa, sustancias, drogas, alcohol, y que sus mentes son realmente un infierno y lo están pasando tan mal, que puedan todos esos seres liberarse de esas ataduras tan fuertes. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Pedimos de corazón que nuestros maestros, que son todos los Budas en este mundo, tengan una larga vida, en especial su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Chenrezig en este planeta, que pueda acompañarnos y guiarnos a la iluminación durante muchos eones. Ite pende maruba gale sampele jisino kadri insume tensi gyatso kute chi tu se joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas, que pueda Venerable Paloma traducírnoslas y que le veamos muy pronto y recibamos el néctar de su palabra. Uchul cham sim yang gong yet wete si yong pet we kunso do che so sun gur we le mon tu pa ta so tu je kon du sa te so. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos, o que tengas una larga vida. Chancho sem chori poche pa ke pa nam ye gyuchi. Ye wa nyam pa me pa jan go ne go tu per wa so ye wa di ji no du na la ma sang ye tu gyu ne ro wa chi kyan ma ru pa te ji sa da gu pa ju. Pues muchísimas gracias a todo el mundo, gracias a las venerables que están aquí. Nos vemos el sábado que viene, karma mediante, con venerable Paloma a las 10 de la mañana y venerable Begoña a las 9 de la noche. Gracias por la compañía.
Gracias.
Luego. Oh, hello, Kumpen. Y Tendar.
Hello, good evening. Morning.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Hola, Tendar.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Yes. Oh, what's that? Very nice. 7 people here. We're together. Big meeting.
Yes. Yeah, we can take advantage and to do a meeting.
Yes, and then also many on the YouTube. So fantastic. Yeah.
Yes,
so
yes. Spanish.
Yeah, yes. How is your new function? I read in FPMT news that you're the teacher of Alicante, or not?
Fabio.
Fabio, yes.
Not yet. I will move on at the end of June because they need to do some works and reparations at the new center. So I am finishing.
Especially for welcoming him, to put the red
carpets.
Yeah, of course. The big hugs to receive all this kind of things.
Paint the walls black.
Yeah, of course. If not, I don't move. I don't go. So I am finishing my time in Granada now. right?
Oh,
Right.
yeah. Oh, good. So yeah, and so they will miss you there or not? Will they deal with missing you there?
I don't know. I don't know because they need. Yeah, they are in very special moment, Granada, because they need to do many things. So it's a special and delicate moment for them. So
yeah.
But with Rinpoche's blessings, no problem.
Yes,
they will
go have you been in Granada, right?
Yes, yes. I think not in yeah, I'm not too sure the FPMT center was closed. It was in 2005 when we were with the relics there, and then we visited Alhambra, and then we went to you when you were director still of Österling, Paloma.
Nice. It's fantastic, Granada. It's so nice. It's really
yes. I remember
one of the best cities in Spain. It's so nice.
I remember even the boring hotel, but then outside you hang out of the window. There was the Spanish children were still playing at 10 o'clock on the street.
Yes, of course.
I remember the coziness and the livelihood at 10 o'clock in the night, 11 o'clock in the night even.
That's normal, especially summer.
Yes, in the summer. Yes. Yeah, but it was very nice. It was the only time I've been to Österling.
Oh, you must go back. It's fantastic, Österling, no?
Yeah.
And now more holy objects now that at that time, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So who knows? It has to be at the right time, and it has to be useful. It's not anymore. We don't want to waste our life for holidays and just looking. Nice food.
Yeah, of course. Whenever you want, you can come. Of course, more.
Alicante is also nice.
It's
different flavor, but I mean more tourist. Well, also, more tourist, no, somehow.
Yes, also very touristic. Yeah. Yes. Does the center there have an apartment, and especially for you, or
they are doing, because it's a very big place, very big space. And that's the works and preparation, because they need to do
in fact, during the pandemic, it was a rented place, but during the pandemic, there were no point to continue paying the rent because it was not possible to come together.
Yes.
Then since that time, they started to look for a place, and now they found a place, but they have to prepare with room, gompa, and everything. For the center works and to receive Fabio.
So come to Alicante, because we will have a sea and beach.
Oh, okay, good.
The beach is very close.
Oh, thank you.
4 minutes from the center to the beach.
It sounds very, very attractive. Okay.
For Dharma practice.
Yes.
Come to relax.
Okay, so good. We'll see.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias, Kumpen, for your continuous help.
Yes,
thank you. And thank you, Ginny, also.
Yes, Ginny also.
Ginny, thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Okay. See you, dear.
Gracias.
Ciao. Gracias. Yeah.
Adios.
Kumpen, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yes, yeah. What did you study last week, or what are the study topics?
We study Wheel of Sharp Weapons.
Oh,
last week started. Yeah.
Wow. It's a text which is later sometimes really that you easily remember, even not literally, but a lot of the words from that text is later so easy to remember when you see the karmic connections about what has ever happened, or what do we create at this moment, what will happen in the future, or what happens now, where does it come from. It's a good reminder of the karma and our responsibility, how to act and how to think,
Exactly.
I did two. I'm still doing the Vinaya course, but I'm at day 4. I think they are in the meantime day 25, but I'm very much back, and I make notes then immediately. And then we do also here Lamrim Chenmo, so that's with discussion groups sometimes. So and in between all kind of work. Yeah. Yeah, so and I prepare now the space for 5 people to do a retreat. So I'm the only one who lives in the new building there in on a retreat land. And next week 2 will start, and then I think the week after 1, and then in June will come 2 more people. So yeah, buy all the last things, you know, like cables and curtains. This week went into IKEA to buy curtains. There's all this stuff.
Together.
Yeah, it's coming together. Yes, and then in the meantime, I try to help. Yeah, if I go to IKEA, go immediately with someone to have a good talk or something, you know, to make it useful.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that's a bit my life. I'm not complaining. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Bhutanda. Enjoy your session.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So yeah, I hope to enjoy. Just 1.5 hours, so until 11 our local time. So it's now from three blocks, 3 slots. Yeah. Anyway, I will do my best to make it interesting for people, and I enjoy it myself, at least, to create merit. It's always nice to create merit and do this practice, fulfill the wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, follow the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche about what practices to do for the welfare of all sentient beings. We still do it, especially for the COVID situation. So for the pandemic is still going on, although in many Western countries it's diminishing. So it's and also the hospitals are not very full, not overloaded. And then it seems like there's less urgence, but still many people suffer from the pandemic economically also. So many people lost their jobs, are still not recovering, have really financial difficulties all over the planet. And in the third world, what we call third world, the poor countries, it's then really more even serious when people are not sure when they can eat again, or if what kind of food they have next week. Worries, yeah. Although I saw also this week on YouTube a little movie about the prices for living so much increased in the United States that even people who have a normal income, the prices increase for living with about 30-40%, while their income is almost the same, maybe it increases a bit, but they cannot pay their rent anymore, and then they are on the street. There are no laws for protection, like in France and Netherlands. It's there's much more protection for the ones who rent houses. You cannot easily put people on the street. But yeah, anyway, this a little bit more, seems to be a little bit more a social system than what I read in some states in the United States. So anyway, everyone was, that many people are victim of the COVID also emotionally. They have lost their dear ones, cannot see, cannot travel. And then of course, still many people are in hospital. So we do this the coming hour practices for their good health. And then those who have lost their lives, still also people die of COVID, but also for other reasons, like in the war in Ukraine. So all the people who lose their lives, whether they are Russians, Ukrainians, in Bardo, there's no difference. So may they win, may they get a good rebirth, precious human rebirth, where they can practice Dharma, and may they have a rebirth in a precious human in a Pure Land. So I will. We will start with the. Let's see what we have here. Pray to liberate the Sakya from disease. So every session we start with setting our motivation and be motivated that we do every action of our body, speech, and mind for the welfare of all sentient beings. So we start with this motivation prayer. You can see on the screen, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So here we visualize in front of us Guru, the Guru Buddha, in the form of Chenrezig, but with actually our Guru. This can be His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or Kandrula, or one of the geshes in our centers, or Khenso Rinpoche Losum Tenzin, with also Ganden Tripa, or Dakpo Rinpoche, Dakri Rinpoche. So we can have all different teachers, and the one who is most important to us, who encourages us most, we can see him or her as one with the Buddha Chenrezig, which we visualize. You can visualize Chenrezig four-armed or 1,000-armed. So Chenrezig's central face is very friendly looking, with a gentle smile of accepting all activities of other sentient beings, even if they make mistakes, even if they are criminal, but he keeps his compassion. So it's this incredible compassion which is beyond conception. So at his heart of Chenrezig is a moon disk, and on that top of that is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Mantras are clockwise on the moon disk. You can visualize in Western letters, you can visualize in Tibetan letters. So the mantra is turning clockwise. And from the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, light rays go in all 10 directions, entering all universes, touching all sentient beings. All sentient beings also who are around us. So we can visualize all sentient beings around us, the males in general on the right side, the females on the left side, those who we are attached to, those who we love, or those who help us a lot are behind us, and those we have difficulties with, those who create in general lots of obstacles for other sentient beings, also for our dear ones, or world leaders who create problems in front of us. So dependent on their constitution, they can benefit from Guru Chenrezig or not. They have a kind of free will to be open to follow advice. So visualize very strong. These light rays goes out from the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. While we recite the mantra thousands of times. So we will do 10 minutes. And visualize very strong that light rays touches also in the beings, and dependent on their wishes, like what they need, like protection for their spiritual path, to stay alive, for good health, company, finances, in order to sustain their body, in order to follow the spiritual path, that they get what they ask for. So all sentient beings with good heart, may Chenrezig be able to help them. We do a few together, and then we do for about 10 minutes individually. I will play Lama Zopa Rinpoche Om Mani Padme Hum on the background. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, mani padme Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani Om mani padme hum. So continue with the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we do it a few times more, a bit in Gregorian style. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One time more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So let me go to another prayer pacifying the danger of weapons. Also from Thangtong Gyalpo, who is seen as a reincarnation of Buddha Shakyamuni himself. He built many bridges, he healed many people from sicknesses, made lots of prayers, and did very miraculous things like preventing pandemics, and also he did a lot of prayers to diminish the effects of wars and quarrels, where people many times lose their lives, their properties, and so forth. So this is pray the pacifying danger of weapons. Vacha speech Mahasiddhi, Thangtong Gyalpo, words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. Again, we do some mantras, Om Mani Padme Hum. And we visualize very strongly that in front of us, Guru Chenrezig sends out many rays of light to everyone who is in war situations or is violated. So might also be in dark corners of cities, or people are threatened by the mafia. So there's many forms of physical violence everywhere. So where there's also weapons involved. So we can think of all those situations we hear of in the news, those conflicts in the world. So may we contribute to prevention that serious weapons are used, and those who are used maybe create good causes conditions for all potential and real victims. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. While doing this mantra, visualize very strong that the rays of light leave the heart of Guru Chenrezig, and everyone who is ever on this planet or even in other world systems are in despair. Guru Chenrezig reaches them, so whatever small karma they have, may it grow and may be able, may they have the openness to receive what they need from Guru Chenrezig, who is always active without any second stopping being active for the welfare of all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So then we make this strong prayer. Om Mani Padme Hum, great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, which is Chenrezig, of course. So wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. They both are manifestations of Chenrezig, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of victorious, vicious evil beings who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassion guru, mind-seal deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So it's a very powerful prayer. We do one time more to let it soak in and connect with our big love and compassion in our heart. Not only for those who are benefiting us at this moment, which is then quite easy to love them, but there's so hundreds and millions of people we don't recognize as our former mothers. So we see them as strangers, and even when we almost look at the TV and see their suffering in the war situation, sometimes it hardly touches us. There's almost no compassion sometimes in our heart for certain people. So with this practice, we try to broaden that up, and even people we see as our enemies do this prayer, and may the compassion rise in their hearts. May they stop all evil activities and do only good, only try to help other sentient beings, benefit other sentient beings, overcome their ego wishes. So the one time this prayer. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, high griva, perfect, pure, Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5D generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of official evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Ashura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants, by the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassion guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayer be accomplished. So let me do the team of prayers, which is a good practice for everyone to do when someone is in the process of dying. When we want to do something for someone who is in the process of dying, and this is one of the most powerful practices, one of the most recommended practices by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samantabhadra, and of course also for those who have recently died, especially on every 7th and 14th and 21st day after their death, or every 7th day after their death until 7 weeks. So the Samantabhadra Charya Pranidha Narajam. I bow down to the earth of Arya Manjushri. You lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions, to all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. With the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all your Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas numberless as atoms, each amidst the host of Bodhisattvas. And I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way, with infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspect of my voice. I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas to celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils and parasols, sparkling lights, and sublime incense, I offer to you, victorious ones, fine dress, fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Nero, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array, I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, pale as the past, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, hearers still training, and those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained to Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize Parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all the wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created, by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past, accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas surrounding Buddhas, gathered beneath the Bodhi tree. May as many beings that exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives and all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a bodhisattva, and practice ardently into all future eons, while circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless, pristine wisdom and positive potential. On one atom, I shall see Buddha fields numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair, and so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, or future alliance among humans, and with the power of delusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, or future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, and those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all-embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas. I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as the skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions of pure Buddha fields. I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all-embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration, a longing for highest awakening, gives rise to faith, just once creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirths, free of harmful companions, and will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast, interfering forces, and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree, sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest, by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainments of the bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in the joyful land of the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create vast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samathabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samathabhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. So it's very beneficial to do this practice, of course, actually every day at the end of the day, when we have collected a lot of good merit by offering service to people, or by keeping vows, bodhisattva vows, or the individual liberation vows for layperson or for monk or nun, or we have also tantric vows. We create so much merit, we keep the vows, and this is such a perfect way of dedicating our merit very fast. So, and as I said, it's very particular in situations where someone has died to do this practice, for them to get a good human rebirth, purify their last moments, last days of their life. So if we are in the circumstance to guide someone, this is very, very powerful prayer, highly recommended by teachers. And yeah, you dedicate in such a way that you create thousands courses of potential of happiness in future lives. So it's a bit extensive. So many times it's about 10 minutes. So there's also this advantage of the prayer of St. Francis, which is much shorter. So we have less time. Sometimes it's also for ourselves a big motivation. It's a motivation prayer, actually. In a certain way, it's better to do almost it at the beginning. So, but anyway, we do it now. So we can read it one time, and then we do 3 minutes reflection on it. So we can take one of the lines and see how in our mind we can be motivated, like St. Francis did. So Lord Buddha, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there's hatred, let me sow love. Where there's injury, pardon. Where there's doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it's in giving that we receive, and it's in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it's in dying that we are born to eternal life. So we do 2-3 minutes to reflect on this. Take one of the lines and then see, did we spend a day, kind of evaluation of the day, of the last week, like how we deal in general with bringing it into practice, this wish. For example, where there's doubt, faith, where there's despair, hope. So 2 minutes, we reflect on this. So this is a very strong prayer, which really deals with our egocentric mind very quickly, with our worldly motivation. We want joy, pleasure, and we want to avoid opposite. We want to have good reputation, avoid the opposite. So, and when we are confronted with sadness, with darkness or despair, we very quickly think of ourselves instead of maybe take up the despair, the darkness, the sadness, the doubt, the injury of others upon ourselves. So it's a very good practice of destroying the inner, in our heart, this black stone of self-cherishing, and that everything should be around us. So anyway, it's good to notice what's going on in our mind and use it for our spiritual practice, and realize that when we are angry, or in despair, have doubt, or have depressed moments, that we are not the only ones in the world. There's thousands who have the same in all kinds of situations, in hospitals, in jails, sometimes just in marriages, so in their jobs. So there's millions and millions of people suffering just from their own mind, from what's going on in their own mind. So this beside sicknesses, pandemics, and beside wars, it's just what's going on, but in our own mind. So, and yeah, we are inspired by such bodhisattvas and Francis. We can apply to them that every time we breathe in, our own darkness goes, and we take it upon ourselves from others. And then when we breathe out, that we breathe out the light, the faith, the hope, the joy. So, so it's very supportive for our Buddhist practice. And in this way, of course, we create again a lot of good merit, and we are more close to other sentient beings. We are more in a position to help other sentient beings. We are more sensitive to the needs of other sentient beings. Create so much causes for more peace and happiness in the world. So continue to the 8 prayers of to benefit the dead. So there's 8 prayers. So we do now the prayer to be reborn in the land of bliss. So for everyone who we know have died, who have lost their lives, so may they be reborn in the land of bliss. So there's 8 prayers like this, including also the King of Prayers, which we did before. So anyway, this is the prayer of Jet Tsongkhapa. I pray to Buddha Amitayas, the teacher of gods and men. Your excellent activities give endless benefit to beings. Remembering you, just once, pushes away fear of the Lord of Death. Your mind always generates compassion towards beings like a mother towards her only son. Many times, the good qualities of the supreme paradise, Devachan, were praised by Lord Buddha. By compassion's power and prayers to be born there, I will explain whatever I can. Blocked by thick ignorance of the points to be abandoned and obtained, the chances for beings to reach a higher life are killed by the weapon of anger. We are locked in samsara's prison, bound by the rope of desire and carried away by the great river of karma into samsara's ocean. Adrift in suffering's waves of sickness and old age, swallowed by the sea monsters, mouths of the ruthless Lord of Death, and buried under a load of unwanted sufferings, I am unprotected and moaning with depression. My mind aspires to witness a destitute person's only friend, the Savior Amitabha. You are accompanied by the great Bodhisattva, Lord Avalokiteshvara, and surrounded by a supreme entourage. Please don't forget your unwavering promise to benefit us, made for immeasurable eons by generating the Bodhisattva mind. By the power of that, I supplicate you respectfully to come here through the force of your miraculous powers and compassion, just like the king of birds flies through the deity's path of the sky. By depending on the power of amassing the ocean like two collections of virtue accumulated by myself and others throughout the 3 times, I pray, Amitabha, that you, together with your 2 chief sons and your entourage, will stay close to me at the time of my death and protect me. Please, Buddha, may I see you directly along with your entourage at that time. May very strong faith in you arise in me. May there be no extreme pain at the time of death. Without forgetting, may I remember the object of my faith. At the moment of death, may the 8 bodhisattvas come to me with a miraculous power and show me the exact path to travel to Devachan. Because of that, may I be born from a lotus into the precious Buddha land of Devachan with sharp faculties and among the Mahayana race of beings. As soon as I'm born, may I retain everything previously learned about concentration, selfless bodhicitta, endless ability, confidence, and so forth. May I achieve immeasurable collections of good qualities. Even though I take birth in the pure realms, may I be drawn by the great power of compassion to go without obstacles and through miraculous ability, mainly into impure lands. May I teach the Dharma to all beings exactly as fits each one's ability. Because of that, may I be able to establish them in the perfect pure path praised by the Buddhas. May I quickly complete all excellent activities and easily achieve Buddhahood for the sake of the vast numbers of beings. One day, when this life's activities are finished, may my mind become full of faith and compassion from being able to see you clearly, Amitabha, surrounded by your ocean of disciples. As soon as the appearances of the intermediate state come to me, may the 8 bodhisattvas show me the unmistaken path. Because of that, may I be born into Devachan and then emanate into impure lands in order to save beings. Even though I may not always be able to achieve such a supreme state through all my lives, may I always achieve the basis of a perfect human form. May I strive at hearing, contemplating, and meditating upon the explanations and realizations of Buddha's teachings. May I never be separated from the basis of human form, ornamented by the 7 qualities of the higher realms. In those lifetimes, may I always achieve the ability to remember all my previous existences with exact clarity. Throughout all my future lives, may I see samsaric existence as without essence. May I be attracted to Nirvana's qualities. Because of that, through Buddha's excellent teachings on Vinaya, may I renounce the world and enter the monastic life. When I become a monk or a nun, may I not commit any of the natural bad deeds, nor break even the slightest of Buddha's precepts. May be just like Bhikshu Mitruppa understood, achieving great enlightenment by completely developing the heap of ethics. Also, throughout all my future lives, may I exactly understand the way for purely cleaning away the mental afflictions. Then may I achieve the excellent collections of recollecting everything without exception that I previously learned, including the branches of perfection, and holding in mind the words and meanings of the Dharma. May I achieve the pure confidence to teach without obstacle to others I behold. Also, throughout all my lives, may I enter the samadhis called going courageously, and so forth, and may I gain the flesh eye, and so forth, and may I achieve the 5 clairvoyances, such as the miraculous ability to know faraway objects, and so forth. May I never be separated from these abilities. Throughout all my future lives, may I achieve great wisdom, which makes me able, through my own power, to discriminate between the points of what should be developed and what should be abandoned. May I achieve clear wisdom, which is able to discriminate even the subtle details of the mental afflictions and of pure virtues exactly as they are, not mixing them, but keeping them separate. May I achieve quick wisdom, which is able to terminate without exception all lack of understanding, wrong views, and mental doubts as soon as they arise. May I achieve profound wisdom, which gives me access to the scriptures of Buddha's excellent path, so that without becoming stuck, I may understand the unfathomable depth of meaning. In summary, with the wisdom free from the faults of perverted wisdom, may I become just like Venerable Manjushri, with a skillful teacher's wisdom that keeps a clear understanding of the meanings of the Buddha's teachings and enables me to perfect the Bodhisattva's transcendental activities. Like that, may with wisdom that is great, clear, quick, and profound, May I take care of other fortunate ones with kindness, destroy wrong views, and please the knowledgeable through teaching, debating, and composing scriptures on the various branches of Buddha's teachings, becoming a completely perfected scholar. Throughout all my future lives, may I free of holding thoughts that mainly cling to my own purposes, and may I stop all laziness and cowardliness toward the great activities of the bodhisattvas. Then may I become skillful in the bodhisattva mind, which willingly takes on the purposes of others with a brave mind perfectly complete. By that, may I perfect all bodhisattvas' activities and become just like Venerable Avalokiteshvara. Throughout all my future lives, when working for the benefit of myself and others, may I subdue all demons, extremists, and opponents with wrong views through the skillful power that enables me to complete all the perfect bodhisattva activities, becoming just like Venerable Vajrapani. Throughout all my future lives, with effort that abandons all laziness, may I complete the bodhisattva's activities by first generating the bodhisattva mind instantly and then not wavering from it. Through that great effort, may I find incomparable Buddhahood, becoming just like Buddha Shakyamuni. Throughout all my future lives, may I be able to overcome all sicknesses of body and mind that are obstacles to achieving enlightenment. May I become just like the Dasgan medicine Buddha, just by mentioning whose name one is able to pacify all sufferings of body, speech, and mind. Also, throughout all my future lives, may I attain whatever length of life I wish for, becoming just like Buddha Amitayus. Even by saying his name, one is able to subdue all untimely death. When obstacles to life come near, please appear to me, Savior Amitayus, and through your 4 activities, tame your disciples, appearing to them clearly in whatever form is fitting. As soon as your form is seen, may all obstacles to life be extinguished without exception. When you appear in whatever form is fitting for your disciples, Savior Amitayus, may we be able to recognize those forms as you, and may your faith that is not artificial and that is unshakably strong arise. Through the power of that faith, may we meet directly with you in the form of virtuous friends throughout all our lives, Buddha Amitayus, receiving direct teachings and never become separate. Throughout all my future lives, may I be held in the kindness of a fully qualified Mahayana virtuous teacher, the roots of all ordinary and transcendent good qualities, and may that teacher become very happy with me. At that time also, through the power of a strong, unshakable faith toward my virtuous guide, may I only perform activities that please my teacher with all the 3 doors of my body, speech, and mind. May I not do anything that would cause my guide to become displeased for even an instant. Having pleased my virtuous friend, may every holy instruction be bestowed without leaving anything out, and may I diligently practice, understanding whatever meanings are taught. May I strive to be able to accomplish them completely. May I not become influenced for even an instant by misleading friends or non-virtuous teachers. Throughout all my lives, may I have reasoned faith in cause and effect, renunciation, the altruistic wish for enlightenment, pure view, and all our knowledges entered into effortlessly, experienced without break. Throughout all my future lives, may the roots of all virtues I perform through my body, speech, and mind serve to benefit others, become a cause for their pure enlightenment. So finally, we go to the dedication prayers. To dedicate all the good merit we have created. So as there's 2 wings to enlightenment, bodhicitta and the big deeds on one hand, and wisdom realizing emptiness on the other hand. These are the first 2 things we dedicate often to, because the best present we can give to people is getting realizations ourselves, developing this very big love, compassion, and bodhicitta by actualizing the first 5 of the 6 perfections: generosity, patience, ethics, endurance, and concentration. So first to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Chanchop Samchok Rinpoche, Maikeba Nam Kegyujin, Kyewa Nyampa Me Payam, Gongne Gongdu Pelwa Shu. The same verse we use also for developing the wisdom, realizing emptiness, may the precious wisdom, realizing emptiness, not yet born, arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Toni Dava Rinpoche, Mai Kepa Nam Kegyujin, Kepa Nyampa Me Payam, Gongne Gongdu Pelwa Shu. The elaboration of Lama Zopa Rinpoche to this prayer. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, on our gurus, so we can think of all our Faji brothers and sisters all over the world, and for all those for whom we have promised to pray. So many people also asked my monks and nuns to do prayers. So for all of them, we include them also in our prayers. And for all those whose names have been given to me, to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, may it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind, the Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. I think we can never underestimate the influence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama on this planet. He's still giving many teachings and welcoming many people, being of inspiration of millions and millions of people. Jiktam Kyabje Malum Pagang Le Junglim Sampe Yinjin Kadrin Chung Metan Tin Ya Chung John Kote Tanjing Zhuk Lun Run Shun. And also for His Holiness wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. So especially may he travel wherever he wants to go, or may be able to visit Tibet again and inspire there all sentient beings. May Tibet be a free land as well. In the future, have religious freedom at least. Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To Lotus Holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Jangnam Pimoten Tenzin Gyatso La Selvadem Sum Zeden Lindrunchum. Then for a long life of and the wishes to be fulfilled of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subdues moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading my nuts, victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Tu Zhang Jin Zhang Gen Yelwen Ten Jing Kyong Palwei Kun Tzu Dong Hon Tem Chok Sum Kur Ve Lag Man Tun Trum Pa Da So Du Je Gun Du Sham Ten Chu. Again, to seal with the merits of emptiness. Due to this virtue, may quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrated beings without exception to that state. Okay, then to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushu, who knows reality, and just like some other mantra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication prayers as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. So may all our spiritual teachers all over the world have long and healthy lives. And may all their wishes for spiritual growth to reach enlightenment be fulfilled, and be included in our prayers, all monks and nuns all over the world. So in all traditions, may they be able to live purely in the Vinaya, in the Buddha's instructions. And on top of that, may they keep the Bodhisattva vows, the Tantric vows. Then also for all other students of our teachers, from all our teachers, those who are wishing to practice sincerely, may they find the path to ultimate enlightenment. Wherever they are, may they be able to study or to read, to learn, to discuss, debate, or reflect, and may they be able to get their realizations by meditation, by reflecting on and using their wisdom, which they gained from studies and debate and so forth in their meditations. May they get these realizations for the welfare of all sentient beings. So may the Holy Dharma be always able on this planet, may never be non-existent, may it be always possible for certain sentient beings to reach enlightenment on this planet. So for the Dharma to stay pure, as it was intended by the historic Buddha, as it is spread by His Holiness the Dalai Lama Zopa Rinpoche and other pure lamas. So, and then of course we did this prayer, especially for everyone who is in need, who asked us to do prayers for us, especially everyone who is hit by the pandemic, or is hit by war situations, or is hit by natural disasters, fires, water, earthquakes, and so forth. So may they all get, everyone who is in the bardo, may they find pure lives, may they be guided by Guru Chenrezig to the pure states. So thank you so much for being with us. So I will see like with my follow-up. It seems like Venerable Gompo, Dosan Gompo.
Yes, that's me.
Yes. Hello, brother.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Nice to see you again.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, where are you now? It's such a beautiful Gompa.
That's the Chenrezig Institute Gompa on the Sunshine Coast.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's just a background for me.
Yes, yeah. Beautiful.
So I took that photograph during a Nong Day one day a couple of years ago.
Ah, yeah. So I've been there one time, but I did not immediately recognize it. But it's good. Yeah. So you're now in the Chenrezig Institute, or is that your background of a photo and you're in your home?
I'm in my home. I'm in Brisbane, which is about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute.
Yes, yeah. I've been there one time. Yes, it was very nice. Yeah, I was showed around by at that time. One nun. She showed me the FPMT center, which was in a kind of a little church. It was an old former church, and then also we went to the FPMT project for the hospice. It's also hospice.
Karuna Hospice, Langri Tumpa Center. I'm going there later today to lead a meditation.
Oh, fantastic. Yes. Yeah, good. Well, very nice. Have a good luck with your session.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And
thank you very much for leading that session.
Yeah, thank you. See you next time.
See you next time. Have a good day.
Good day.
Well, sleep well.
Too. Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's almost midnight. Thank you very much. Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Whatever time of the world you're in at the moment, I'm Lozan Gyalpo. Gyalpo is my name. I live in, as I said, Brisbane in Australia, which is about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute, which is the Gyalpo that you can see behind me as my background. It's 7 o'clock in the morning here, and you can see on the side of my face the sun coming through, just coming out of the clouds beside me, and it looks like could be a sunny day with some clouds about. So let's start this next session. Let's just begin the session by taking a moment to settle mind and body. Focus on the breathing, just to make sure we're completely present in the moment. As you settle your mind on the breathing, just take a moment to refresh your motivations today. Whatever motivation you bring to this session, this moment. Whether it's just to have a pause to settle body and mind for a few minutes, or something greater. Try and expand that out to be of benefit to all kind Mother Sentient beings, bringing to mind whatever kind Mother Sentient beings you need to bring to mind right now. For example, those close to you who are having difficulties. Motivate. I will do this practice today to benefit those kind Mother Sentient beings who I know who need my help in whatever way I can give it. Expanding the motivation out to all kind Mother Sentient beings, not just the ones who are close to you, but all those who maybe trigger you, make you feel angry, who could be merely labeled as enemies. All those sentient beings you don't really know could be labeled strangers. All the kind Mother Sentient beings of the 6 realms, 10 directions. May whatever merit we generate today during this practice be the cause for innumerable sentient beings to achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Just to start this session with a very short lumbering prayer, 3 Principles of the Path by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I bow down to the Venerable Lamas. I will explain as well as I am able the essence of all the teachings of the Conqueror, the path praised by the Conqueror's offspring, the entrance from the fortunate ones who desire liberation. Listen with clear minds, you fortunate ones, who direct your minds to the path pleasing to Buddha, who strive to make good use of leisure and opportunity, and are not attached to the joys of samsara. Those with bodies are bound by the craving for existence. Without pure renunciation, there is no way to still the attraction to pleasures of samsara. Thus, from the outset, seek renunciation. Leisure and opportunity are difficult to find. There is no time to waste. Reverse attraction to this life. Reverse attraction to future lives. Think repeatedly of the infallible effects of karma and the misery of this world. Contemplating this, when you do not for an instant wish the pleasures of samsara, and day and night remain intent to liberation, you have then produced renunciation. Renunciation without pure body mind does not bring forth the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, bodhisattvas generate the excellent Bodhi mind. Swept by the current of the four powerful rivers, tied by strong bonds of karma so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the darkness of ignorance, born and reborn in boundless samsara, ceaselessly tormented by the three miseries, all beings, your mothers, are in this condition. Think of them and generate Bodhi mind. Though you practice renunciation and Bodhi mind, without wisdom the realization of voidness, you cannot cut the root of samsara. Therefore strive to understand dependent origination. One who sees the infallible cause and effect of all phenomena in samsara nirvana and destroys all false perceptions has entered the path that pleases the Buddha. Appearances are infallible dependent origination. Voidness is free of assertions. As long as these two understandings are seen as separate, one has not yet realized the intent of the Buddha. When these two realizations are simultaneous and concurrent, from a mere sight of infallible dependent origination comes certain knowledge that completely destroys all modes of mental grasping. At that time, the analysis of the profound view is complete. Appearances clear away the extreme of existence. Voidness clears away the extreme of non-existence. When you understand the arising of cause and effect from the viewpoint of voidness, you're not captivated by either extreme view. Child, when you realize the keys of the three principles of the path depend on solitude and strong effort, and quickly reach the final goal. Take a moment just to generate that powerful determination, to generate uncontrived renunciation, bodhicitta, and the wisdom realizing emptiness. Moving now to the motivation from the Vajra speech of Mahasi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating suffering from disease. We'll say this motivation through several times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a few minutes now, a few moments now, just to feel the depths of that refuge in our hearts. For it is in feeling the depths of that refuge that we gain the most benefit from saying the words. Contemplating the meaning of the last line, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Feel the power of that refuge. Generate the determination to go for refuge until we ourselves become objects of refuge by achieving perfect, complete enlightenment. Before reciting the mantra, we'll do a short visualization of Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig. With firm concentration, visualize in the space above the crown of your head the divine form of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, and the right is red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, and the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hair standing erect. And on the very top is the red-colored Amitabha Buddha in peaceful and smiling aspect. Two hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dharma chakra, turning the wheel of Dharma, and the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the defeat of the four Mara. And the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is a concentration being, the syllable Kri, surrounded by gallons of the mantra to be recited, Om Mane Padme Hum, white in color, standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outwards, from which an incalculable assembly of deities, the Great Compassionate One, are emitted, purifying all negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who you know, who are close to you, who are suffering in all the different ways of suffering around the world. Even those who appear not to be suffering, but are suffering of change and all pervasive suffering of conditionality. All those who are not just close to you, but that may trigger you, make you angry, could be considered merely labeled as enemies. Visualize the white light from the free Acharya Chenrezig's heart, pouring into these sentient beings, purifying all their negativities and placing them in that state of Acharya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra. Bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who you don't know, have never met. The suffering effects of COVID, who have passed into the Bardo recently, suffering, having recovered, starting to recover from COVID. All those kind mother sentient beings worried about catching COVID, worried about loved ones catching COVID, who are suffering mentally, having lost loved ones. All those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from other illnesses around the world that are still there out in the world. All those other kind mother sentient beings worried and mentally upset and disturbed by those, worrying about those with physical health issues. All those with mental health issues. All those who are suffering from displacement and the tortures of war and other conflicts. All those around the world suffering from natural disasters. All those kind mother sentient beings. White light emanating from the three Acharya Chenrezig's heart, pouring into them, purifying all their negativities, all their sufferings, placing them in that state of Acharya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who have comfortable lives in this lifetime, whose lives are so comfortable they don't want to improve them and try and train their minds to positivity, using up all their positive karma, creating negative karma, not contemplating future lives. All those kind mother sentient beings born in this lifetime as animals, who are mistreated by human beings. Even those who are pets who seem to have good lives don't have any control where their next meal comes from. All those born to be exploited for human beings' entertainment, needlessly bred to be consumed as food. All those kind mother sentient beings born as animals who don't know where the next meal is coming from, living in fear. The Khri at the heart of Acharya Chenrezig, pouring white light into these kind mother sentient beings, purifying all their negativities and obscurations, placing them in that state of Acharya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra. Bring to mind not only those human beings and animals, but those more in the Preta realm, in the hell realms, asuras, suras, bardo beings, formless realm and form realm. All those kind mother sentient beings, born in the 6 realms and 10 directions. White light pouring from the heart of Arya Chenrezig, completely purifying all their negativities and obscurations, placing all kind mother sentient beings, including you, in the state of Arya Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving now to recite the actual prayer. We'll say this through a few times. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Moving now to another prayer. Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Specifically for all those kind mother sentient beings, pardon me, suffering from the war in Ukraine and other conflicts around the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate-eyed one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon their hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of the great evil of an evil negative karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like their parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly to the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all these sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and the cause and result, and be miraculously born in a blissful land. Please also lead all others to the Pure Land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sickness, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspicious increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and the real sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Moving now to the dedication prayers to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings, and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as bountiful bearer of all, studying, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings, without exception, to that enlightened state. And that's the end of that particular session. So I am here again for the next session. For those, anyone who's just joining us, my name is Lozan Gompo. I'm located in Brisbane in Australia. It's about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute, whose Gompo you can see behind me in that background image. Yes, I've been a monk for about 3 years now. first to refuge back in 2004 at Chenrezig Institute. So it's one of my closest centers. Let's begin this next session just by taking a moment to refresh motivation. Think of all the kind mother sentient beings around the world, and in that we don't know, we do know that we don't know, in all the realms that we can't directly perceive as ordinary beings who are suffering and who we wish to benefit by doing this practice. May whatever merit we generate doing this practice today be the cause for innumerable sentient beings to achieve the highest perfect complete enlightenment as quickly as possible. Let's start this session by doing a short Lamrim prayer. The Foundation of All Good Qualities by Kyabje Lama Zopa. Foundation of all good qualities is the kind and venerable Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that this precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities, and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the three types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of karma abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to direct these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the two stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dhamma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Moving now to the motivation from the prayer, pardon me, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We'll say motivation through several times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Taking a moment now to feel that depths of that refuge in your heart, generating that determination to go for refuge to the Guru, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, until we ourselves realize emptiness, become objects of refuge ourselves. Before reciting the mantra, bring to mind image of Arya Chenrezig. If it's not easy for you to bring one to mind, you can look at the image of Arya Chenrezig of the Chenrezig Institute Gompa that's behind my head and the image of me on the screen. Visualize Arya Chenrezig in the space above the crown of your head. White light pouring from the Creator's heart, purifying all negativities and obscurations of you and all kind mother sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings born as human beings in this lifetime. All those who are close to you, all those not close to you, all those who are suffering physical health issues, COVID and other, all the myriad of physical health issues, all those suffering from mental health issues that have been brought on by the pandemic, all those suffering from mental health issues that have always been there and around in the world that humans suffer from, all those kind mother sentient beings suffering in the Ukraine and have fled the Ukraine, all those suffering from conflicts around the world, both the sufferings of those victims and the sufferings of those who are perpetrating these conflicts, all the kind Mother sentient beings who are suffering right now, leading happy lives, not being aware of the suffering of change and suffering, or pervasive suffering of conditionality. All those kind Mother sentient beings in the myriad of boundless human beings that are suffering in all those different ways. White light from the Sri Adharya Chenrezig heart, pouring into those kind Mother human beings, purifying all their negativities, obscurations, placing them in that state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind Mother sentient beings born as animals in this lifetime. All the myriad of sufferings from our pets, even though they may have very comfortable lives as our pets, they still don't have the opportunity necessarily to study the Dharma, create vast positive negative karma and the virtues of practicing the Dharma. All those kind Mother sentient beings that are suffering for our entertainment, suffering by being bred and killed for us needlessly as human beings to eat their flesh. All those kind Mother sentient beings born in the wild, whose habitats are being destroyed by human beings, or through man-made climate change. All those kind Mother sentient beings who don't have the opportunity to practice the Dharma, don't have the opportunity to create positive karma for the future, for future lives. All the sufferings they have, not knowing where their next meal is coming from, being constantly frightened of predators. White light from the heart from the Sri Adharya heart, pouring into these kind Mother sentient beings, purifying all their negativities and placing the state of Arya Chenrezig. What about me? What about me? Continue to recite the mantra. Bring to mind now a time where you yourself have been hungry or thirsty. Maybe during, if you're fortunate enough to have done an ordinary retreat and feeling the hunger and thirst of those times. Bring to mind those times of hunger and thirst. Think of then think of all those kind Mother sentient beings who are born in the hungry ghost realm, who are feeling that hunger and thirst 100 times more than we've ever felt as human beings. It can't be satiated. Living out that life as a hungry ghost, constant hunger, constant thirst. White light from the Sri Adharya Chenrezig, pouring into those kind Mother sentient beings born as hungry ghosts, purifying all their negativities and obscurations, placing the state of Arya Chenrezig. Continue to recite the mantra. Bring to mind a time where you've been unbearably hot or unbearably freezing cold, or otherwise have experienced incredible physical pain. Standing on a Lego, stubbing your toe, whatever physical pain you might have had, car accidents, any other physical pain you've experienced. Bring to mind those pains, discomforts, heat and cold. Think of all the kind Mother sentient beings who have been reborn in hell realms, experiencing hundreds, thousands of times more pain and discomfort than we have experienced as human beings. Unbelievable pain, discomfort, suffering in the hell realms. White light from the Shriyatharya Chenrezig, pouring into those kind mother sentient beings, purifying all their negatives and obscurations. Continue to recite the mantra. Bring to mind a time when you yourself have been so angry, you've been out of control, cannot subdue that anger in your mind. Wanting to fight someone, you're so angry. Bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings born as asuras, who are constantly in that state of wanting to fight, not able to generate bodhicitta, wisdom, knowledge, emptiness, renunciation, because they're constantly in that desire, having that desire to fight, even though they're born in a very fortunate rebirth. White light pouring from the Shriyatharya Chenrezig's heart, purifying all their negativities and obscurations. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind now a moment in your life where you experienced extreme pleasure. It might have been from an excellent meal, talking to friends, other physical pleasures. Bring to mind now all those kind mother sentient beings born in the Sura realm, highest of God realms, whose life is constantly filled with the ultimate pleasures, more than we can experience or imagine as human beings. So much so that they have no desire to do anything but experience that pleasure. Don't think of practicing the Dharma, don't think of benefiting future lives, just burning up all that positive karma they've accumulated from past lives without future lives. And they're incredible suffering in their time before death when they realize what they've done. White light pouring from the Shriyatharya Chenrezig's heart, purifying all their negatives and obscurations. Placing the state of Arya Chenrezig. Continue to recite the mantra. Generate compassion for all kind mother sentient beings of the 6 realms and 10 directions, without exception, without discrimination, all kind mother sentient beings. The white light from the Shriyatharya Chenrezig's heart, pouring into them completely, purifying all negatives and obscurations. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving on to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Pardon me. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Moving now to say one more prayer of the Vajra City of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling, of the flourishing of the 5 generations, are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of an ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please cause all the sentient beings who have died in war, from now on, to abandon all negative evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sickness, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, who is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Moving to the dedication prayers. to actualize bodhicitta. May the supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that risen not decline but increase more and more. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart, in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow's teachings and transmigrating beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Finally, the dedications for Master Shantideva's Bodhisattva's way of life, reading from left to right across the page. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain notion of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from all their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may we too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. With the current pandemic and conflicts around the world, I think those last verses are particularly poignant. Let's recite them once more. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from all their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may we too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And that's the end of my session. Welcome, Venerable Damcho.
Hello, Venerable Gyalpo. Can you just give me 1 second? I forgot something. Hold on a sec.
So while we're, pardon me, while we are here with this extra moment before the next session begins, just bring to mind all the wonderful virtue that we have created by reciting the mantra and by making these dedications and prayers from this last session we've participated in. And dedicate again to any particular individual dedications you might have, anyone you know individually who is suffering in any particular way. Dedicate to those individuals, if you can, by using their names, wishing them happiness, not just freedom from their current suffering, but always include freedom from all suffering forever, for them to for them to achieve enlightenment forever, not just sufferings in this life. With that, I'll pass it to Venerable Damcho.
Hello again, Venerable Gyalpo. Isn't it
Long time
funny?
no see.
Sorry? Yeah, it's bizarre. It's just like a deja vu, you know. But no, it's really odd because, you know, you reminded me of something when you were reciting the extra, when you repeated the extra verses from Shantideva. And I was thinking, yeah, it's really interesting that you can read a prayer all the time or quite regularly, but in certain conditions, certain verses really start sticking out, how they apply to the circumstances. And, it can be a long text, and usually you can just read straight through them. And then it reminded me that, hold on, where my King of Prayer verses, because again, there's certain ones I found particularly suitable for prayerathon. So I just thought, we should know them by now, but that's when you try to recite them, you look usually like a fool because you forget, at least when you come to my many lifetimes. Anyway.
Yes. No. And I find it quite interesting. You can recite the same prayer again and again and again.
Yeah.
And then I find it very, very useful when I'm reciting it on my own, that different verses strike a chord at different times, and I stop and contemplate those individual verses. And as you say, you can have recited that prayer every day for years, and you come across the same prayer and you think, that particular verse today has struck a chord, and I need to then contemplate that verse more deeply. And being able to do that, it's just so fortunate to have that opportunity to contemplate those verses individually when you recite them yourself.
Do you know, it's also when we go to the main prayer, there's that verse, about the sickness and diseases whose names terrify beings as though they were placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. And it actually shows, if you actually listen to the emphasis, whose names are as terrifying as. So actually it shows you the power of the word and how powerful mind, our thinking is, how it translates into our speech. So if the word is as terrifying as death, and death being the wrong concept, because you think about it, like why are we in the jaws of Yama? Because of our actions, and I like sometimes to think he's like the coachman, the bus driver. The only reason we're on the bus is because we have to go back to work. It's a commute. And if you think about the little birds that go into the crocodile's mouths and still do the cleaning, so even those beings, although they're jaws of death, crocodiles or sharks, the fish and the little birds, we still can provide a service. So, as you said, you suddenly go through and go like, actually, that's a bit unfair to pick on Yama like that. You know what I mean? It's,
I know exactly what you mean.
It's as you said, sometimes you can sit there and and you think you got it, and just something clicks. And it's the same with bodhicitta when people argue, but isn't it? It's just sort of a fake bodhicitta. Yes, but you have to put the effort in, and then it will click, isn't it? By repetition, and then you gain the understanding of things more and more and more and more. But no, it's wonderful. No, it's always lovely to have you here, and I liked what you were saying. If you have got an image of Chenrezig, it sits beautifully above the crown of your head.
I need to squat down a little bit.
No, we just have to raise Chenrezig a bit. Unless it's melting into you already.
Yeah, there we go. It's a little bit odd to be sitting here like this with just my nose and.
Do you remember there was that sketch, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly. Where just sort of the nose, the eyes, and the fingers came across the wall. Yeah, what was it called? Beautiful. So sorry if somebody's listening. I thought this was supposed to be a serious session. But again, practices, you have to have, if you just do them out of duty, then you don't get much out of it. But if you come in and actually rejoice in what you do, and sometimes we're driven by different motivations, I think Gyalpo is on a mission to get on with things. So I better let you crack on. I know you're a busy man. Look after yourself.
Thank you very much.
My regards to everyone. And see you soon, hopefully.
See you soon. Thank you very much.
Take care. Bye-bye. Now, that was Gyalpo. So my dear brother from down under. And let's have a look. Who's with us here? Ginny. Hello, Ginny. Hello, Aldo. And Ginny, are you joining us or are you hosting? Who's hosting? Margot? Are you hosting, Margot? Lovely to have you all here anyway. So, and everyone who's joining us online on YouTube, thank you very much for your support throughout. So we're now in the final stages of this week's prayerathon. We got about an hour and a half-ish left. So, and you have the pleasure of my presence throughout that. And we're going to take it very easy. So if you finish a bit early, we finish a bit earlier. So there's no pressure. And we do a mix of various texts because we have the time. Let me just get rid of some of the extra screens that we don't need so I see what I'm actually doing. There you go. Technology is great, but if you have too many screens open, you don't always get to see what you want to do. So just take a moment and reset our motivation and our focus. Think about what made us come here. Again, it may well be that we are here to join in the practice. We may be here because of supporting other sentient beings. So not just practicing for ourselves, but for all other sentient beings. We may be here for personal reasons because either you have had maybe some not so great news with regards to health. Maybe the prognosis is not that great either. Maybe we're about to lose someone or have lost someone. Maybe just the pressure of this degenerate world we currently live in is getting to us as well. So it's nice to be in a community of like-minded, just to take a break from it all. But again, we were focusing very much on maybe the more negative aspects, the ones that weigh us down. You may well be here because you're rejoicing in being here. Rejoicing, having the opportunity to recite these prayers for yourself and on behalf of other beings. You may have had a splendid day. You just wish to share that positive energy that you carry with other sentient beings. Well, that's another way of looking at it, that we don't just practice because we need something, to help, because we need help with that. But it's also nice to do the practice when things are going well and recognizing that all the positives that we have in our lives are the result of positive previous actions and positive karma ripening. So as we were saying to Vanpa Gompo, some verses do speak to us more than others, and depending on the context, jump out of a prayer in the different circumstances. And for me, these 4 verses I'm reciting now have been very poignant for what we do here as a community, acknowledging the cause why we're here, acknowledging the community, acknowledging our teachers, acknowledging that we need more compassion in this world, And that it also starts with us, that we need to practice, and that we need to do more to be of benefit. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And maybe in order to generate more bodhicitta, also recite the 4 immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keep some close and others distant. So we now think about really what we can do to benefit other sentient beings in that way. How can we change to be more compassionate, more loving? Now, how can we transform our own mind, our speech, and our actions that way? Having previously caused suffering through those to others and to ourselves. And there's a practice called the 8 verses of thought transformation. Which is there to really help us change the way we think, to get the right view on things, and how, by accomplishing that, we can transform ourselves to be more compassion-filled and achieve bodhicitta. Bodhicitta to benefit other beings, and also to get the right view on how things really exist. And with that thought, I would like to read the motivation from a text called the Ever-Flowing Nectar of Bodhicitta, annihilating the demon of self-cherishing mind. Which truly encompasses really all the reasons why we should change, not just for our own sake, but for the sake of other sentient beings. from beginningless rebirth up to now, I have experienced the general sufferings of samsara and the particular sufferings of the lower realms numberless times. There is no suffering that I have never experienced. When I think deeply about all this, I feel terribly upset and weep uncontrollably. Therefore, I must no longer allow myself to come under the control of the disturbing, unsubdued thoughts, which are the true causes that bring the result of true suffering. As long as I happily continue to follow the disturbing, unsubdued minds of the wrong concepts, with neither fear nor doubt, there is no difference between me and a mindless, crazy person. If I continue to follow these wrong concepts, I will definitely have to experience the suffering of samsara endlessly in future lives. When I think about this from the depth of my heart, and not just reciting the words, I am unable to eat by day or sleep by night, and it makes me vomit. It also breaks my heart. However, now I have received the inner conditions, a perfect human body endowed with the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which gives me the ability to achieve all happiness and success. I've also met the outer conditions, a holy Mahayana virtuous friend who is extremely difficult to find, but can grant the state of omniscience in 1 second. And the teachings of the Buddha, the supreme medicine that dispels all the sufferings of transmigratory beings without exception. If I continue to seek mere temporary happiness for myself and my own liberation from the bondage of the disturbing, unsubdued thoughts and karma, what difference is there between me and a foolish, dumb animal? Such an attitude would be extremely upsetting from both sides. From my own side, how shameless. And from the side of others, how very ungenerous. How selfish and cruel. How dare I cherish myself and renounce others, and other beings, the precious ones from whom I receive all happiness and success. It is therefore not enough to merely ensure that I will not be reborn in the suffering lower realms, nor is it enough to simply seek my own freedom from samsara. All sentient beings have been my mother. There is not a single one who has not been. Moreover, each one has been my mother numberless times, and each time has been just as kind to me as my present mother. At this very moment, not only are these kind mother sentient beings experiencing great suffering, but they're also running constantly to create the causes for more. There is not even a second when they experience ultimate happiness. If a mother's suffering is not alleviated by her own child, who else will do it? Even though it is up to me alone to bear the burden of eradicating the suffering of all mother sentient beings, at the moment, I'm incapable of relieving the suffering of even one sentient being. Yet, if I achieve the holy body of a Buddha, just one ray of its light would ripen the minds of countless sentient beings, leading them to the blissful state of peace. Therefore, to free all mother sentient beings from suffering and lead them to the peerless happiness of enlightenment, I must obtain Buddhahood. This is not without causes and conditions. Its principal cause is the 2 bodhicittas. Therefore, I'm going to practice the profound old teachings on transforming the mind into bodhicitta. just take a moment to reflect. And what's really nice in this motivation is that it makes it quite clear that we often have sought happiness just for ourselves through external factors, forgetting about the sacrifices that our mother beings have made so that we maybe have a better future. If we see our mothers and our beings as our mothers, and likewise we have been mothers to them, don't we share also responsibility to look out for and look after all those beings ourselves? And there's also this beautiful line when I think about this from the depth of my heart and not just reciting the words. So beautifully ties in what we were discussing with Gompola just a few moments ago. That when we connect with the prayers, we make connection with other beings. When we connect deeply with our own speech, how it transforms our thinking and the way we act. If we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you have the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front. Above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And if you're following us from a spiritual path, you're reluctant to engage in visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all other sentient beings. And what is really important that we do not exclude any being. It's very easy to just embrace those who have not harmed us. Definitely hold very close and dear those who have supported us and through whom we have benefited. And to keep distant anyone who has harmed us, who doesn't meet our criteria. But it's very important to include them as well. It says in the 4th of the 8 verses, whenever I see sentient beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by negative actions and heavy suffering, I hold such rare ones dear, as if I found a precious treasure. So whether we're looking at Putin, Xi, and others around the world, who engage in acts that create suffering for many. But also, if you look at our own actions, sometimes are we, at a more lower level, engage in actions that aren't benefiting others. If we think about the driving forces, they're being overwhelmed by negative actions and heavy suffering. It is through that pain. But then also we have to think about how their actions, carry also heavy karmic consequences. How their suffering will continue in this and future lives. And although we may find these beings wicked, we have to also recognize that through past actions, these beings have also received human rebirth, precious human rebirth. So there's the potential to engage in good deeds, deeds that benefit. So hence we must hold them close as well. And maybe particularly so. Visualize how from the Guru's body light emanates, and each light beam carries a Chenrezig at the tip. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. And light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassionate, purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And that the Guru's compassion is unconditional, no matter what form the being has taken, what realm it's in, what it has done. The Guru extends his compassion and bodhicitta to all of them, wanting to free them all, wanting all sentient beings to experiencing the bliss and is free of all suffering, state of enlightenment. And if we feel how the purifying light nectar lifts the burden of heavy karma that we have carried for many lifetimes, how it washes away all the grime, removes all stains, bad tastes and smells. How it soothes us, how it heals us. And we feel rejuvenated. Free from pain, we can rejoice in the happiness that is free of suffering. Wanting to embrace the world with joy. As we look around, we can see all mother sentient beings experiencing exactly the same bliss. So despite our appearances, despite our origins, we're not so different after all. When it comes down to it, we're all just beings who wish to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free of all suffering. And we acknowledge that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, we have contributed to the suffering of other sentient beings in past lifetimes, and even in this one. In return, we have created suffering for ourselves. And if we acknowledge these flaws, we make the pledge that from now on we will engage in actions that will benefit not just ourselves, but mother sentient beings wherever they are. We will take time to perfect these actions and to habituate these. But we will accept the challenge based on our understanding, our resources, and the conditions at the time. We will do what we can to ease suffering and be of benefit. With that thought, we invite mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having acknowledged our faults through body, speech, and mind, which have created suffering to other sentient beings and ourselves, having made the pledge to engage in wholesome action, having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more. More and more, are we being filled with that loving light, atom by atom, we're absorbing the light, purifying through and through. When our bodies can hold no more of the light, we radiate like back to the Guru, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and other mother sentient beings. Likewise, exchange themselves with the Guru and others. Again, as we're about to recite the Mani mantra, mantra of compassion, compassion for other beings, but also having self-compassion. We remind ourselves that Om represents body, speech, and mind in its defiled form. But Om also represents the aim of holy body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. In order for us to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. When we achieve the holy state, we can be of continuous benefit, effortlessly helping all other sentient beings. Between now and then, we will continue to practice, and we will use all challenges as a way to improve our skills. The compassion mantra can also be used to remind ourselves of the 6 realms. O Ma Ni, the realm of the gods, the realm of the demigods, and the realm of the humans. Pet Me Hum, the realm of the animals, the hungry ghosts, and the hells. And it is those beings across the 6 realms which we want to benefit, which we want to liberate, which we want to be freed from suffering and to achieve enlightenment. So we're combining the Mahayana prayers with the praises to the Noble Chenrezig. And some of you know that I've used these praises before, but this is a slightly different version. It's a different translation, but I think it's nice. Maybe that's quite good to know. So what we're doing, we again open up with the main prayer, and then we'll come to the 6 realms. We recite a few malas of compassion for each realm. One time I forgot. Yeah, we can do 5 malas. 5 malas per realm. That would be quite nice. Okay. To you I pray, Guru Chenrezig. To you I pray, Yidam Chenrezig. To you I pray, Sublime Noble Chenrezig. To you I pray, Lord of Refuge Chenrezig. To you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Hold me in your compassion, caring and victorious one. For us beings who wander endlessly throughout samsara and are subjected to intolerable pain and suffering, Protector, we have no other refuge but you. Inspire us to attain omniscience and awakening. So we're now starting the realms. And again, it's quite interesting when we listen to the words, what are the keys to open these realms, such as pride and hatred, and how much of that we can see in this world, and how much we can see that sometimes also in our own traits to a greater or lesser degree. So when we see other sentient beings act a certain way, it is also important to remember that through those actions, they may open the gates to certain realms. Through the force of negative karma accumulated through beginning this time, beings who are overcome with hatred take birth in the hells, where they suffer the torments of intense heat and cold. May they all be reborn in your presence, O Supreme of Deities. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. O Mani Padme Hum, O Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginningless time, beings who are overcome with miserliness take rebirth in the Preta realm, or realm of hungry ghosts, where they will suffer the torments of intense hunger and thirst. May they all be reborn in the supreme Potara Pure Land. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Through the power, through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginning this time, beings overcome with folly take rebirth as an animal and experience the misery of verbal incapacity and confusion. May they all be reborn in your presence, O protector. Oh, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma. Oh, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginning this time, beings who overcome with jealousy take birth in this asura realm, where they will suffer the torments of conflict and dispute. May they all be reborn in the Potala Pure Land. Oh, mani padme huma, 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 mani padme huma. Oh, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma. Mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma. Oh, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma. Oh, mani padme huma, mani padme huma, mani padme huma. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginning this time, beings overcome with pride will take birth in the Deva realm, where they will suffer the torments of transmigration and fall. May they all be reborn in the Putara Pure Land. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Through the force of negative karma accumulated throughout beginning this time, beings who are overcome with passionate desire take birth in the human realm, where they will suffer the torments of birth, old age, sickness, and death. May they all be reborn in the Putana Pure Land. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May I, in this and all future lives, through the activity like that of Chenrezig, liberate the beings in impure realms and transmit the supreme speech of the 6 syllables of Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. So here, maybe just recite a few more manis, but this time rather than thinking about beings in individual realms, maybe now just simplify, and rather than seeing them as beings of a certain realm, of a certain type, maybe just think about beings as mother sentient beings, or mother sentient beings who have experienced suffering through various causes. May they all be liberated, may they all be freed. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 through the force of invoking you, the supremely noble, may all those who I must discipline and guide take interest in cause and effect, strive to act virtuously, and come to possess the qualities that may benefit all. Okay. So, and before we recite the main prayers, I will now just invite Mother Tara to join us. This last great Mother Tara in the space in front, and green in color, light radiating from Tara's body in all 10 directions. Again, each light being finding one of the infinite number of Mother sentient beings. And may Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those beings who are sick to be restored to good health. May cures and medicines be found for all the sicknesses and illnesses. May Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who are about to enter the body, have entered the body to have a swift transition in favor of rebirth. May they all ideally be reborn in an enlightened state. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who experience hardships. Be given whatever resources necessary to overcome the suffering of lack of resources, and be given the opportunity to be re-established in a state of happiness free from suffering. May Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for our practices. May we always carry these out with a pure heart and for the benefit of all Mother sentient beings. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for dialogue to be re-established in this world and remove all forms of conflict, especially the one we currently see between Russia and the Ukraine. So as we recite the Tara mantra, again remember that Om represents Tara's holy body, speech and mind. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tara liberates from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we do one full mala. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, 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 Om Tare Tutare Soha. Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Umdare tutare ture soa, umdare tutare ture soa. So all obstacles have been removed. We also invite the guardians for the recitation of Vajrayana, Black Manjushri. Despite their appearances, may we embrace the guardians as virtuous friends and family who've taken upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow on the path, not to cause harm to ourselves and others, but also step in the path to prevent harm from coming to us. So for Vajrayana, if you visualize ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani with his feet stretched out, he holds the Vajra in his right hand and his necklace on the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body I admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all diseases, epidemics, spirit harms and interferers. Recite the mantra 7 times. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pednivishi Niganine Tata Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pednivishi Niganine Tata Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pednivishi Niganine Tata Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pednivishi Niganine Tata Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pednivishi Niganine Tata Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pednivishi Niganine Tata Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Vajapedum Padmasvari Pednivishi Niganine Tata Saurita Hanana Vajana Rakshakshas. Black Manjushri, so we visualize a wrathful faced black Manjushri with 3 eyes. His feet are stretched out, in his 2 hands he holds a sword, and in the right, and a text in the left. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying all negative karma, obscurations, sicknesses, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Here, if you think about spirits as beings, we're not trying to destroy the being itself, we're just trying to destroy the actions of the beings that create the causes for the being to act a certain way that harms other beings, thus keeping the being itself in samsara. Because we wish the being to be liberated, we just wish to destroy the causes for negative actions to be transformed into positive, beneficial actions so that the being can accumulate merit and therefore be liberated. Again, 7 recitations here. Om tak chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Om tak chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Om tak chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Om tak chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Om tak chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Om tak chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Om chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Om tak chu sudura sudum suninga chakana jakam shantam bebisu. Okay, so having fully prepared ourselves, our environment, purified ourselves, moved obstacles, brought the guardians and to assist. Maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. Now it's 10 past, so we good. Yeah, we should be okay. Start 6 recitations again. We do 6 recitations, so 1 for each realm. May all the suffering in those realms cease. May all sicknesses be removed. May those who have died about to die have swift transitions, and may beings given whatever resources necessary to overcome suffering and return to a state of happiness, free of all suffering. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of ground spirits, winners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases said like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of happy happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of plants, sins, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the new sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference,